Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We are here. We're going to talk watches. We're going to look ahead to the Antiquorum Monaco auction in January, January 17th specifically. There are a lot of January 19th, I should say. There are a lot of interesting watches, which I'm going to discuss with you from that auction. I also have my watches back. Maybe I will have some Archie Luxury impersonation and pet the box, feel the box, fondle the box, smell the box, and do something with it. But I finally have my Rolexes back, and I'm very, very happy with it all. Um, yep. All right. So it's been a long day, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. I have my watches back, and I'm ready to tackle the new year ahead. Um, Especially looking forward to how we are going to grow the channel together. And a lot of what I do here is very educational, very informative, and I take a lot of time in hashing out not only the specific details of watches that are offered on auctions, offered on the secondary market. I go through every example. I talk about them historically. I talk about them horologically. And a lot of times I dig up alternatives, right? Whether it is in the manner of showing you how you can actually acquire these pieces on the secondary market and oftentimes even on a better deal, but also in the manner of showing you what else is out there that is like to like, that is an alternative to a certain kind of watch that is offered, whether in terms of the aesthetics or complication, um, or even generation, right? Sometimes, since people are usually after shiny new objects, that spoon that's glimmering in the sun, um, they forget about earlier generations of watches that uh, are actually a lot of times better and certainly present better deals when it comes to uh, approaching the manor financially. I think a great example of this is actually Patek's World Timer chronograph that they just released in a bloated stainless steel case. Um, Let me take a look and show you from their page, so that we are on the same page. This is a model that is 5935A from Patek. Um, People have gone crazy about this watch for whatever reason. It's neither new in any way, nor particularly enhanced compared to whatever else that was out there, since Patek already with 5930G, which has a blue dial, and 5930P, which is actually platinum and has the green dial, has offered this exact complication, this exact combination, again in another white metal, in two different segments, or rather perhaps um, aiming at targeting two different segments. So there was 5930G, which was in 39 millimeter case, 39 and a half perhaps, with a blue guilloche dial. And there was the 5930P, which was in a platinum case and which just came out around the time of World of Wonders, as kind of as part of a sequence of green dial releases by Patek. And that preserved the same dimensions of the case, and it is still available, at least on paper, as you can see right here on the page. The list price on the platinum model with the 39 and a half millimeter case that just came out is $103,500, and the steel enlarged piece with that salmon dial, kind of a carbon fiber like of design at the center of the dial, is $63,870. Now, you might think, if you simply go about your business by rote memorization and by the kinds of nonsense that people hear somewhere and keep repeating, you would think, oh, the other watch is a blue dial watch. It's also still white metal, and in fact, it's white gold rather than steel. So probably it's more expensive, right? We're not even talking about the availability of this watch, which I'm sure that most, if not all, retailers, authorized dealers, and boutiques would not even want to sell to a first-time customer, right? But you would be mistaken if you approach it like that, because even on an easy enough search on Chrono24, where a lot of times you see listings that are priced according to the wishful thinking of a lot of gray market profiteers, you see a watch like this, right? Of course, these are the chronograph pushers on the right flank of the case, which is 18 karat white gold. And this pusher at around 10 o'clock is what you use to advance the city ring by 1 hour increments. And you have a 30-minute totalizer at where 6 o'clock would be. So essentially what you have is, by every other measure, a Patek Philippe World Time watch, which really is one of the signature models and complications of Patek Philippe. Even if it is not unique to them, it certainly was put on the map by them already in the late 30s, already as one of the big, let's put it like this, one of the big signatures, one of the big showcase models of the Stern family stewardship, which started in 1930s and which continues, in fact, into the 21st century today, with Thierry Stern as the head of the company. So you have, by any measure, a Patek Philippe World Time watch with the added complication of a flyback chronograph. And the cases are not that thick at all. Actually, it's under 13 millimeters, most certainly. I think it's more like 12 and a half, maybe. So a very wearable watch right under 40 millimeters, right under 13 millimeters in thickness, and in a way, very sporty watch with a gorgeous blue dial with a very intricate, classically beautiful guilloche decoration at the center of the dial, a lot of different shades of blue over the different parts of the dial, and a white metal case, which of course has the added heft and wrist presence of a white gold watch. So if you ask me, by any measure, you are getting a superior watch in 5930G, certainly to the new 5935A, which, as you saw, was priced as $64,000. And how is this priced, you might ask? Again, an easy search. I did not have to look through, heaps and worlds, universes of different kinds of information on the internet. Just a simple search on Chrono24, which is a platform, since it works as an intermediary, since it works with commission, a lot of times has prices that have a 10-15% added on top of them. And that's not even, again, figuring into it the wishful thinking of the gray market dealer who may have put that watch up there. And as you see, at any rate, this particular seller is even open to negotiation, and you're already getting, quote unquote, a discount on the list price compared to the new 5935A. So consider that as a small New Year's gift from me. In either case, this is how the channel operates, right? If there is a watch that others are talking about, simply because it is being talked about, simply because it is being hyped up, I'll be here for you as your watchdog. Woof woof, no pun intended. Um, to tell you not to fall into those tricks of the industry, into the mind games of pseudo journalism, and most importantly, this is a platform which allows you to educate yourself, which allows you to inform yourself, which allows you to study with the tips that you will get from here, so you can make your own decisions and do them in a knowledgeable, justifiable manner that ultimately gives you a peace of mind when you make your purchase, and oftentimes saves you quite a bit of money. And those margins, as you see, when the purchase becomes in tens of thousands, make quite a lot of difference. AP watches. I don't know if AP watches me, whoever that is, but yes, if we're talking about Audemars Piguet, I like myself a Royal Oak, which is going to happen. That's my vision of 2023. Maybe by this time next year, I will have something in the offing. But hey, there we go. Antiquorum, as you know, one of the oldest auction houses that had a dedicated watch department, one of the pioneers in bringing wristwatches under the stewardship of Osvaldo Patrizi into the auction circuit in a knowledgeable manner, in an almost scholarly manner, and certainly in a focused and dedicated manner. And they usually hold their auctions in Geneva, Monaco, and Hong Kong, and they're starting off the January season pretty much off the bat in Monaco in mid-January, specifically on January 19th, on a Thursday. As it happens, of course, they do have one of the hypest watches to have ever hyped at lot 167, which is part of Patek Philippe Nautilus reference 5711's quote-unquote victory lap, that hunter green dial, dark green dial. I think last time something like this was in an auction, it's raked in about $450,000, including the buyer's premium, which is, of course, and I don't know. It's an unconscionable amount, but it is what it is. You know, at the end of the day, no matter how much hyped and no matter how manipulated, you have to somehow come to terms with the market. One of the things I like about Antiquorum's auctions, they always have a great selection of watches, no doubt, and they usually have watches that appeal to different kinds of collectors, right? You have seen the lot 167, which is a hype watch, pure and simple. You'll see watches that are vintage collectibles that sometimes fall under the radar. You will see some contemporary pieces. You'll see the usual suspects like an A series Audemars Piguet Royal Oak reference 5402, various Paul Newman Rolex Daytona under its various guises. You will also see a variety of horological objects, parts, and accessories as well, right? Dials that are offered either individually or as a set, bezels, sometimes rare presentation boxes that may in and of themselves be worth thousands and thousands of dollars. So Antiquorum really appeals to the widest possible group of enthusiasts, of collectors, dealers, semi-professional dealers, amateurs, collectors, enthusiasts, everyone within that wide orbit of the horological world or universe even can somehow partake in it and can certainly find something to learn from. They also are very helpful when it comes to their listings because they have a pretty straightforward rating or grading system, right? You see here C3 AAA, AAA, and I will send the link in the chat. Those keys, those codes, those letters all have very specific meanings that are quite clearly explained in the legends they provide. So let me send you that link in the audio in the chat. Um, yeah, I think it's even a PDF that you can download. Oh, full on John. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you as well. $2. Thank you so much. Hey, you keep me company as well. Trust me, we are in the same boat. Um, right. So this is the grading system they use. So if you get curious about what I'm looking at now, I will send a link to that PDF as well. And you see a lot that you like, that you're interested in. Um, the second PDF, which I highlighted now, can give you an idea of that item's condition, which, of course, if you so wish, always confirm with your own eyes, whether that's through pictures, which is, of course, a very limited kind of exposure, or through viewings, which they are actually holding, of course, in Monaco for this particular auction. I'm not sure if you can participate in that, but it is there. So the last one, this link that I posted in the chat, is actually the auction catalog. So if you want to draw my attention to any particular pieces, if you want me to discuss any kinds of watches that interest, feel free to direct my attention to them with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to talk about them in detail. This is a very cute piece. This is lot number 7, Cartier table clock. Cheers. With a movement made by Maté Tissot, of no relation to Tissot, which is another watch company, and Le Pont de Martel, which used to be at least located in Neuchâtel, and is an important maker, important manufacturer of watch movements. They have, for example, mid 20th century provided a lot of chronograph calibers to Universal Genève and Zenith, among others. But this is, of course, a desk clock, table clock, with that can be wound with a key, as you can see here, very quaint, and that has a case that's a mix of gilded brass, quartz, and enamel. And you can see it's also guilloche decorated as well. This red tape literally indicates how Antiquorum assesses the condition of the watch. They have quite literally took the euro, chaff, Swiss franc, and US dollar estimates to be on a parity. So their estimated value for this watch is 15 to 30,000 US dollars. And this is not a, not just another desk clock, of course. At full charge, if you crank it up with the key, it lasts for 8 days. It is also a 5-minute repeater. So quite a beautiful little thing. The dimensions are actually right here. Could be an interesting piece since it also carries the beautiful name inscribed there of Cartier, signed both Paris and London, or rather Paris and Londres. So that's an interesting piece. There's a lovely Art Deco type Patek Philippe rectangular watch, a reference 1577 in 18 karat pink gold with an archival extract. Comes from the post-war period, roughly 1949. It's the kind of pink on pink piece that, were it a round watch of a similar size, would have attracted even more attention. I don't have a simple way of explaining it, but when it comes to vintage Rolex and Patek, people go crazy about pristine examples of pink gold watches with pink champagne and salmon kind of dials. Um, I find them aesthetically very pleasing myself, but I'm not going to delude into thinking that that is something of an objective fact. I like them a lot, but I also know that the market likes them, that the auction circuit likes them. I don't exactly know why. One thing is, of course, that they are rare, right? Usually, pink and white gold watches from the mid century are more rare compared to their yellow gold counterparts. And finding them in that kind of jackpot combination of pink and pink is probably even a more rare occasion. So that's my quickest way of explaining it. But perhaps there's something that I am yet to figure out as well. But I find them very beautiful, and they are also rare. The dial itself has signs of the life that it has lived in the roughly 75 years of its existence. But this is a very beautiful watch. Comes on a leather strap with a matching pink gold Patek Philippe buckle, and the estimate is $8,000 to $15,000. That was lot 8. Lot 19 is a hand-wound Patek Philippe Calatrava, reference 2533, very wearable size at 35 millimeters, centrally deployed seconds, very nice, sparehead / dart like index markers, which I really like, combined with Dauphine hands. Um, and of course, the fact that it has sweeping seconds at the center rather than, say, small seconds like this rectangular one. The watch actually has quite a, I don't know, kind of like a sporty look, at least, within the realm of a Patek dress watch. This is from 1954, roughly, or it was sold at least at 1954. Antiquorum estimates that it will fetch somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000 on auction on January 19th in Monaco. Interesting desk clocks. Breitling Rolls Royce, another Cartier. Do I know Stradivarius? Are we talking about the violins? Um, I mean, I know the concept. I know what we are talking about. Have I ever seen one in real life? No, unfortunately not. Would I be able to appreciate it? Probably as a work of art and as an object, but certainly not as an instrument. Um, I'm not, I don't have any talents or, in fact, anything to speak of as a violinist. So it is what it is. Love those straps. The old school kind of cognac colored croc straps. Yeah, I, I think there's a certain charm to them, especially to the small scale ones. Although one needs to um, look, I mean, again, I'm not going to be ideological about it, but one thing that I notice, because if you follow my Instagram, you know I like going through uh, vintage advertisements for these pieces as well. You see a lot of these dress watches being advertised with very simple, plain straps that look like calfskin, smooth, um, maybe textured calfskin, but a lot of times not really anything exotic. So, uh, I mean, as much as I understand this association of the dress watch with an alligator or crocodile strap when it comes to leather strap, it's not the only way, and certainly it's not the only classically accepted um, way either. There's an Ovetone Datejust at lot number 13, at reference 6105, in 10 karat yellow gold, self winding, i.e., automatic, with a fluted bezel. You can see that the fluting at that time seems, uh, in terms of its aesthetics, both finer and more utilitarian. It has a bubble glass, so kind of a domed crystal, and 30 at 36 millimeters with alpha hands and those sparehead indices. It looks like a very handsome watch. The dial is quite patinate, so might actually present, pardon me, an interesting bargain. And the estimated value reflects that, which is $3,000 to $6,000. Give me 1 second. Next up is an IWC Portuguesa reference 325. IWC Portuguesa, or the Portuguese, is IWC's classic oversized Dress watch, here you have an example in stainless steel, a 42 millimeter case, and the beating heart of the watch is this um, iconic IWC caliber, handbound, of course, 98. Again, a very naturally patinated dial that is in a relatively decent condition, considering that you're looking at a watch that's more than 75 years old. And lot number 14 is estimated to fetch somewhere between $20,000 to $30,000. Again, I'm sharing the link in the chat, so if you want to direct my attention to any particular examples, feel free to do that via super chat. This is a very interesting watch for me, and I wanted to take a moment here to think about it, because I was posting about this earlier today on Instagram, and I was basically saying that the codes of horological design have been cracked largely by the mid 40s, and thus also the post-war years. And that's why a lot of these oversized chronographs from that era, 36, 37, 38 millimeters, have this very modern look about them, right? Especially if they are in a pristine condition like this Patek Philippe reference 530 that was sold last December in New York by Philips Watches for about $175,000, including the buyer's premium. So this particular piece on the upcoming Antiquarian Monaco auction, lot 15, strikes me in the similar way, right? This is also a jumbo chronograph, also an oversized piece, and 37 millimeters actually is very large for that time period. And here in stainless steel, you essentially have a sports watch, right? That can easily be worn today. Obviously, it is hand wound based on a Vajra caliber. Obviously, again, it has a dial that shows the marks of its age. But there is something quite charming about these so-called pre-Daytona Rolex chronographs, especially when they have a multimeter scale like this. It's quite a lovely watch, and lot 15 is estimated to fetch somewhere between $20,000 to $40,000. And I want to read the quote that they have, or description that they have, that they learned from Pucci Papaleo, who has, of course, the book on Rolex chronographs. The reference 3335 was launched in 1939, which is incidentally the beginning of the Second World War, and was produced only for a year, so 3940. A milestone in Rolex history due to many of its features. The first is, of course, the impressive size, scaling around 38 millimeters in case diameter. It was also the first chronograph to integrate a third register to record the hours elapsed. This is the 12-hour recorder right here, right? Since a lot of the traditional chronographs had two registers, meaning the running seconds, usually at 9 o'clock, and again, usually at 3 o'clock, a minute totalizer, 15, 30, sometimes 45. But that was about it. The hour counter was an additional feature. So for Rolex, this particular reference was the first um, in adding a third register. Often found with telemeter and tachometer scales, which is the case with this example. Rarely with the pulsometer scale. Some examples are fitted with a simple configuration that further enhances their sizes. It's one of the rarest and most desirable early Rolex chronographs. Only 250 pieces were made in pink, yellow gold, and stainless steel. Um, the reason, again, that it has a relatively humble estimate is probably due to the condition of the dial, and partly also to raise the attraction of this particular lot to potential buyers so that they actually bid on it and engage in a bidding war rather than shy away from it because of a high estimate. Another beautiful Rolex chronograph with teardrop lugs. You can see that classic two-register look, alpha hands, um, the dart looking indices, and once again you have a multimeter scale. In blue on the periphery of the dial, you have the tachometer, and in a concentric circle inside it, you have the telemeter as well. This is a piece that's quite pristine. Um, Again, arrives with a box. One must read very carefully, ask the right questions, and never really assume. But it does arrive with a presentation box, and in 37 millimeters, this Rolex reference 4062 is a very fine piece indeed, and almost modern in a way. This particular example would probably be a great dress watch as well. I mean, look at that. Look at that beautiful case, right? How they decorated the case band entirely with fluting, which is a detail that nowadays you see on Breguet wristwatches, for example. A very elegant piece and quite clean again for a watch from the 40s. And the estimate in this case is 25 to $45,000 for lot 16. 6241 is Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with a Paul Newman dial. Reference 6241. These are also 37 millimeters, so quite a lot smaller than a lot of modern chronographs that you envisage, and even from the modern Paul Newmans, which are in fact much smaller in a way than a lot of Rolex's modern Oyster watches. You see in this open case back the Valjoux 72 movement in its full glory. And this is an example that's roughly from year 1967. Of course, you can decipher these condition notes, but usually when you see the A, that is their signature, that is their guarantee, so to speak, that this is one of the best examples they could ever source of a particular watch, right? That's the A from their logo, A for Antiquorum, and that's the rating that they usually only give to the most choice examples. And this piece is expected to fetch somewhere between 150,000 to quarter million US dollars. That was lot 17. I actually kind of enjoy their promotional material as well. Antiquorum seems to do a lot of lifestyle kind of shooting. Maybe lifestyle is a little exaggerated as a descriptor here, but certainly they do a lot of wrist shots with especially their hotter and more desirable lots. So this is one thing they did. They could have chosen a better shirt, at least something that actually had mother of pearl buttons rather than plastic, but we'll give them a pass. Even though they're in Monaco, they're supposed to look better than that. Well, I mean, this auction is going to be in Monaco. Antiquorum is actually in Geneva. This is Panda, reverse Panda, if you will. A reference 6265, 6263, the ones with the acrylic bezel, stainless steel, hand wound again, this time with a slightly updated version of that Vaju 72 base. The previous one in Rolex terminology was 72B. This is a 72.7. And this handsome piece from mid 70s is expected to fetch somewhere between $40,000 to $60,000. I don't know what's going on outside. At lot 21, you have one of my favorite vintage Breitling references, roughly from 1970. This is reference 765. For the lack of a better word, this is Breitling's Type 20. This is Breitling's take on the classic Big Eye pilot's chronograph. Gorgeous baton hands with lots of luminous material on the dial, pardon me, including the 15-minute totalizer, 12 minutes, Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock, kind of jumping our rotational bezel rather than a 60-minute counter. You have a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, continuous seconds at 9. The reason that in a lot of pilots' chronographs at the time, um, you had a 15 minute counter. And the reason for that was apparently that was the amount of time needed to prepare an aircraft for launch. And that's why it was uh, regulated for 15 minutes and also um, I'm sorry, and also enlarged to draw attention. Or to be easily legible in a way. This is the Venus 178. The Breguet Type 20s from the same time period would have Valjoux caliber. Usually something on the 22. Um, they call it 222 because it has the added flyback module. In this case, um, I don't think the co-pilot, I don't think the what they call the AVI today, I don't think this reference 765 is actually a flyback chronograph, but otherwise it's pretty much standard fare pilot's chronograph and has the same aesthetics and is quite a handsome watch, actually. Slightly larger, of course, than the French Type 20, and apparently also without the flyback function. And lot 21 has an estimated value of $7,000 to $9,000. That was a Breitling reference 765. Hi, JB. How are you doing, man? Nice to see you. We have another take on the classic Breitling Navitimer. This is a contemporary, basically, of JB's new watch. It's a Navitimer Chronomatic. It's a left-handed chronograph, right, where you have the crown switched to 9 o'clock. And I think the logo you have um, at 12 o'clock probably identifies it as a military issue watch, but I'm not going to insist much because I don't remember the exact reference of that logo, but it really reminds me of one of the Gulf countries' Air Force crests, but I might be completely off the mark here. It's still a very interesting watch with those orange accents, um, with a date indicator at 6 o'clock as well. A very unique piece, a reference 8806 at lot 22, Navitimer Chronomatic, and this has an estimated value of $4,000 to $6,000 at Antiquorum's auction in Monaco that's coming up on January 19th. We have a very handsome Omega Speedmaster at lot 24, which comes with an Omega archival extract delivered in 1960. The alpha hands, as you can see, a very unique decimal bezel. The so-called lollipop, as you can see from the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand. And this piece that is coming roughly from 1960s and with an archival extract, of course, has the straight lug case that scales right under 40 millimeters rather than the more recent twisted lug or lyre lug case. The estimated value of the watch is $25,000 to $50,000. It is powered by the legendary caliber 321 based on Lemania CH27. You have a mid 60s Seamaster 300 at lot 25, which comes once again with an extract from the Omega archives, and that has an estimated value of $8,000 to $12,000. I find it really handsome and balanced with those baton hands and the markers as well, the stick markers, and the spare-like centrally deployed seconds. It's a very beautiful diver watch from mid-60s. Speaking of diver watches, iconic diver watches, this is Rolex Sea Dweller, reference 1665. It is a later example, so it's not double red. It's what sometimes people call the great white, right? Although that sometimes refers to earlier examples as well. Used also as a kind of blanket marker for a lot of the 4-digit Sea Dwellers that don't have red writing on the dial. This Lot 26, a 4-digit Rolex Sea Dweller, is expected to fetch somewhere between $15,000 to $25,000. I think this is a beautiful piece, actually, in a very honest condition. Certainly shows its age, but this is exactly what you would want in a wearable vintage piece. The 80s Rolexes, I think, still have loads of vintage charm, and they're still semi affordable. They're still within reach. So these are great pieces. This one is valued between $15,000 to $25,000. You have a brother to my watch, which actually comes with papers, the original warranty papers in this case, a 5513, a Meters first Rolex Submariner, no date, of course, two-liner, the perfection of simplistic beauty, here served on a black suede strap, or like maybe a nubuck kind of number right there, and it has an estimated value of $10,000 to $20,000. Rolex 5513 from roughly 1968. You have a later piece, of course, which is a Submariner date. This is a reference 1680, which is maybe even more desirable because it has that single line of red writing, Submariner, thus. And lot 28 is, which by the way comes on a relatively modern Rolex bracelet, which is a 93 150 Oyster bracelet. It's valued somewhere between $12,000 and $17,000. A very interesting piece here, actually. So I want to uh, read to you about it. It's a gold sub at lot 29. Has a case back engraved with the Omani khanjar, the crossed daggers that form the core of the royal insignia of the Sultanate of Oman. And what you have essentially is a champagne dial that has sapphires in the quarters and diamonds for the rest of the indices. And you have uh, a bezel that seems to have faded to a very attractive shade of navy blue that plays along really well with the sapphires on the dial, if I must say so myself. This is quite an amazing watch, quite an attractive watch, seems to be at good condition, even though it has probably seen a polish, and it is expected to fetch somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000. These watches are, of course, very well desired, especially if they come with that same royal insignia on the dial, uh, especially if they come with accompanying paperwork that establishes that provenance even more um, in a more solid manner. But even here, as you can see, uh, that rarity, that stamp of uniqueness, add quite a bit of value to this gold Submariner from mid 80s at lots 29. You have another gold sub with a so-called tropical dial. It has completely turned into this golden champagne-like color. As you see, the hour markers are nipple from that period of time. This is the 4-digit reference, so 1680/8. Uh, Again, the bezel itself has turned into a navy blue kind of color, even lighter. Quite a fascinating example. Blends really well with the gold case, and it has an estimated value of 35,000 to 50,000 US dollars at lots 30. Wow, looks very handsome on on that suede strap. Honestly, it's who needs the full gold oyster bracelet? Joking aside, these pieces look great either way. See, you even have a kind of bracelet watch that hides minuscule piece here inside it by Vacheron Constantin. You have a pendant watch by Cartier, some beautiful earrings with pearls and diamonds by Van Cleef Arpels. Whew. A gorgeous Bulgari Serpenti at lot 34 with a Jaeger-LeCoultre movement, rubies and diamonds, as well as enamel accents on a yellow gold serpent. Estimated value of $40,000 to $70,000 for lot 34. JB is wearing his Breitling Rolex. Yes. Yeah, this Serpenti is a very, man, it's such an elegant watch for a woman. I mean, it's I know people go crazy about Cartier Tank for women, which is, I mean, it's an obvious choice. It's a great choice. You can't go wrong with it. It's like Rolex Submariner as a sports watch. How can you go wrong with that? But this is truly something else. I mean, it's wow, such an elegant piece of jewelry, and it also happens to show the time as well. You have one of those rare Omega beasts at lot 38. Louis Brandt, as you might know, was one of the founders of the brand. And once every so often, it was more the case in the past, Omega would release very interesting pieces in that series. Named after the founder of the brand. And this is one such piece with an integrated bracelet, a perfectly round case. A very interesting kind of skeletonization, both an engraving at the center of the dial, as well as the case back in 18 karat gold, 33 millimeter of case diameter, so it's not a very large watch. This is a numbered edition. Pardon me, the number on the offer is 652 at lot 38 with an estimated value of 7,000 to 9,000. You have at lot 39 Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Duo Face Night and Day in 18 karat yellow gold. You basically get two watches in one in these particular iterations of the Reverso. You can arrange them for two time zones, and the inverse side You also have a night and day indicator. That's why the model is called night and day, kind of a 24-hour dial right here at 6. This is from the turn of the century and has pretty has a pretty attractive estimate, $4,000 to $6,000. Number 40, lot number 40, is a newer watch, but the same concept in stainless steel, and the estimate is similarly attractive at $4,000 to $7,000. A fascinating four time zone watch by Chopard at lot 41. The watch is from the 80s. You see, literally, you have four watches in one rectangular block, uh, four separate movements, four that can be arranged and manually wound. And lot 41 is expected to fetch somewhere between $6,000 to $12,000. At lot 47, you have a certain genre of Patek Philippe watch that's increasingly gaining ground. They're still quite affordable, but I keep seeing more and more people getting interested into these integrated bracelet pieces by Patek Philippe that are from 70s and 80s. This particular piece apparently is roughly from around year 1990. It's a reference 3563-2, a self-winding 18 karat white gold piece retailed by the famous Swiss jeweler Gubelin from Lucerne. Has a wonderful blue dial that contrasts so well with the white gold of the case and the bracelet. Um, the small problem with these pieces usually is that these bracelets are kind of cut to size, right? The integrated bracelets. So um, if you have a large wrist and the particular exemplar you found doesn't fit you, there are ways to enlarge it and extend it, but those are clunky and basically aftermarket solutions. If you have a smaller wrist and you get it cut and sized accordingly, that also means it's a kind of YOLO moment. You kind of, you know, kind of say, after me the deluge, whatever happens, this is my watch, which is fine. But yeah, just so you know, this is a problem with some of these watches, but uh, a very handsome piece. I really like these, actually. uh, the ellipse I like even more, which is in the next lot. But a lot of these integrated bracelet pieces by Patek Philippe, especially in white metal, are very attractive. And lot 47 is uh, has a relatively attractive estimate too, $6,000 to $12,000. You have a Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse, or Ellipse d'Or. The golden part actually does not refer to the material, as as it is mistakenly understood sometimes. Um, it has its origin in the phrase golden ratio, which the ellipse represents for Patek Philippe at least. In this case, you have a quartz operated piece in yellow gold in reference 3747. One of the beautiful things about the Golden Ellipse series is that they actually have uh, gold dials that are heat blued rather than um, painted or galvanized or etc. Right, so it's a very um, beautiful kind of blue that you usually see in watch hands. Here, it's the entire dial that is uh, made in a certain way. General, he's wearing his Daytona today, wearing my 116520 stainless steel bezel for the tachometer while stirring tea with a stainless steel spoon. Hey, both have the same material and same feel. Saad has a great sense of humor, man. It's I know you don't think stainless steel pieces are even real watches. I know. What can we do? What can we do? Uh, we get what we can afford, man. Lot 48, this 3747 with a quartz movement is expected to fetch somewhere between $5,000 to $8,000. A small, again, an integrated bracelet piece. I mean, one reason I like those pieces, if you zoom in again to the 48s, you see how the decoration is even the same, right? It's these are the kinds of designs that a lot of times take the integration quite seriously, right? It's really designed as a single piece of jewelry. Um, so I have a soft spot for these things. 3574, which is at lot 50. This is a tonneau shaped case, Calatrava, silver guilloche dial with Calatrava cross motif. Quite an impressive piece in stainless steel and a 35 millimeter case. A very unique Calatrava, but certainly not the most desired. And that explains the relatively low estimates, $7,000 to $9,000, because otherwise stainless steel Calatravas, especially at 36 millimeter and above, are quite desirable. But this could be an interesting piece to own. Again, if it tickles your fancy, that's lot 50, Calatrava, reference 3574, with a stainless steel tonneau shaped case at 35 millimeters in diameter, $7,000 to $9,000 of estimated value. 3998, we have a self winding Patek Philippe Calatrava with an integrated link bracelet. It also kind of looks like a beads of rice bracelet as well. Kind of a 9-row version of it. It comes roughly from right around the turn of the century. Engraved case back, for Hiroyasu Yamaguchi, a white gold piece, white gold case, white gold bracelet, an automatic Calatrava with centrally deployed seconds. I think it's really a thing of beauty, and it is actually estimated to fetch somewhere between $12,000 to $18,000. Again, I'm sending the link to the PDF if you would like to draw my attention to any of the lots that I skipped or any of the lots that are ahead of me. Feel free to do so with a super chat. I'll be more than happy to do that. At lot 53, we have a skeletonized Audemars Piguet dress watch with an automatic movement, an open work dial, open worked on the back as well, as you can see from the rotor. This is a 4232 BA in yellow gold with a 34.5 millimeter case. Quite an interesting watch, quite an interesting demonstration, a fascinating demonstration of Audemars Piguet's traditional crafts at a very attractive price point, right? If you're interested in this kind of thing, $5,000 to $7,000. 54 is an UTM chronograph in platinum. These are, I would say, still rather undervalued and now discontinued Frédéric Piguet base chronographs by AP. Again, there are a number of reasons. I think anything and everything that is not a Royal Oak and discontinued when it comes to Audemars Piguet is usually not really desired. Anything pre-Royal Oak and is complicated can be quite expensive because Audemars Piguet really made watches in very limited numbers in the first half of the century and even after that. But from the 80s and 90s, these pieces are still a value proposition. Again, if you like them, this is a platinum piece with a blue dial, which I think is a lovely and I don't think you have many other chances of getting an Audemars Piguet chronograph around this price range in platinum in any other model, certainly not in a Royal Oak. This is lot 54, a reference 25644 with an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000. If you're listening and you have enjoyed the show so far and you have learned something from it, please hit the like button. It helps. It really makes a huge difference. It gives me a little bit of exposure. And if you have not subscribed, I'm here every day, putting in the work, putting in 3-4 hours and sometimes longer of these live shows on a daily basis. So I appreciate your presence and support, and you can show your appreciation by upvoting the stream, hitting the like button, subscribing and checking out the other kinds of content that I have on the channel, all watch related, all style related, and of course also contributing. And for that, you have the information in the crawling ticker included in the video description and pinned in the chat as well. And of course, you can always super chat with your questions, especially if they're directed towards any of the examples in these in this auction. Lot 55 is a beautiful second series, Patek Philippe 3941, a perpetual calendar. This is based on that famous caliber 240, the micro rotor caliber with this 22 karat yellow gold micro rotor, designed by someone they recruited from Universal Watches, Universal Genève, Gérard Perret. And it was argued in the beginning that such a caliber, which can be finicky, micro rotor calibers are said to be finicky, cannot actually power perpetual calendar, but it did, and it's quite a miraculous and wonderful thing. And of course, a micro rotor caliber has the added benefit of slimming down the thickness of the movement and thus making the watch even more sleek. I really love the 1000 series, whether we're talking about 3940, 3941, or 3970, etc. The perpetual calendars and the perpetual calendar chronos in this 36 millimeter sizing. I think they're amazing. To me, they are the apex of Patek Philippe in a certain way. This is a piece from roughly 1990, comes with the certificate of origin, and it has an estimated value of $30,000 to $50,000. Months, leap year indicator, pointer dates, moon phase, day of the week, and a day and night / 24-hour indicator. Wow, that's a fascinating box. I think those are quite rare. Again, I'm not going to rave too much about the box itself because it really looks like a trash can, and the lid of a trash can especially. But hey, the Royal Oak is really more than a horological design. It is kind of an industrial design piece in the best sense of the word. Quite the convergence of the simplistic beauty that would typify an ultra thin dress watch and the brutal industrialism of a kind of steampunk event that Gérard Janta's Royal Oak was in 1972, with the exposed bolts on that octagonal bezel and the conveyor belts styled integrated bracelet. This is again an example that they saw fitting of their initial, the A of Antiquorum. Comes with that box as well. It is an A series, so one of the first 2000 Royal Oaks to be ever produced. Has a very warm quasi-tropical patina on that dial, and lot 56 is expected to realize a hammer price of $50,000 to $80,000. This is a gorgeous piece. JB, thank you, my friend. Saad would love 210. Let's get there very quickly. I'm gonna scroll quickly, so I'm just gonna remove it from the screen so it doesn't induce anything on your part, on the part of my viewers. I'll get to 210. And maybe I will leave that on the screen for a second, and I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. I had to attend to something quickly. 210 is something they are presenting as one of a kind. It is an 18206, a white gold Rolex day date with um, matching president bracelet and a semi precious stone dial, in this case, a coral dial with that rich salmon color. Oh my God, sorry. It's a platinum um, piece with a platinum matching bracelet. I'm sorry. I don't know where my mind is because white gold would be nine rather than six, of course. My apologies. Um, white gold would have been ending with a nine. This ends with a six, which signifies that it's platinum. Of course, a smooth bezel, as you know. Uh, Rolex added the fluted bezel option to their platinum day date watches just this year in 2020. In one of the models they introduced in Watches and Wonders. This is quite a stunning piece. A lot of times, of course, when they use these sorts of semi precious stones for the dial, they um, do not uh, interrupt it, they do not busy it or crowd it with the usual dial furniture. In this case, you see how pure and beautiful the dial itself is. It really looks like a lovely piece of locks, which is great on a bagel, of course. We can't resist it. That is a lot to 10, a reference into 06, platinum Rolex day dates on a platinum president bracelet, of course, in its traditional size, 36 millimeters. This is a piece roughly from 1994, and it has a very rich estimate marked with the antiquarian initial there. Quite a nice example, estimated to fetch somewhere between 150,000 to a quarter million dollars. uh, Aiden likens the color to Seiko Monster Orange, but there's a little more texture to this. I mean, I wasn't exaggerating when I said it really looks like a slice of lox because look at that grain on it, kind of like a brushed grain. It's really a beautiful slice of stone there, um, and really looks rich in the best way possible in its contrast with the white metal of the case, which of course is platinum in this particular instance. Wow, so good. Amazing. Thank you so much, JB, by the way, for 99 US dollars. Thank you for your contribution and thank you for pointing this piece out for General Saad. Um, Again, feel free to jump on, any of you, and feel free to point out, like JB did, any of the lots that are of interest to you or that might be of interest to some of our community members. We just had, of course, the beautiful lot 56, which was an A series Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. This, of course, was a treat for me. And lot 210 was probably a great treat for General Saad. Nice jacket they chose for this particular dial. It's hey, no limits to what you can coordinate and combine with. You know, if you just think a little, it's amazing. They have a few interesting Royal Oaks following this one. The 58 is actually a limited edition piece in 36 millimeters. An interesting value proposition for sure in two-tone. And this piece at lot 58 is actually expected to fetch somewhere between $7,000 to $9,000. There's a ladies piece right above it that has an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000. That has a diameter of 29. And they're both self-winding pieces, so they both have automatic movements in this case. You have that first reference again, 5402, in a two-tone version, the Jumbo, retailed by Fred. It comes with a copy of an archival extract, the two-tone version of the first iteration of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo, delivered in 1982. In the case and bracelet look like they're in a great condition. The dial, of course, heavily patinated, but quite warm and charming. And lot 59 has an estimated value of $8,000. And it has the signature of the retailer on the back as well in quite a stylized script. At 60, you have a diamond set, self-winding, white gold Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. This is a reference 4275 BC. And it has brilliant cut diamonds for index markers, those fine batons for hands, which usually accompany these sorts of gem set dials in the handsets. Black dial, smooth matte black dial. The bezel itself is diamond set on where it would be mirror polished, and there are also rows of diamonds that separate each set of tapering interlinks. Very interesting example, very rare example from 1982. And this piece has an estimated value of $100,000 to $200,000. And again, it is rated with the initial of antiquorum, with that A, to testify that it is quite possibly the best example that they could ever think of sourcing. Yeah, Aiden, you said AP, I delivered. It's hit after hit. The Antiquorum has a great selection this time. You know, they have the usual suspects, of course, the 5402 Jumbo in stainless steel, in two-tone. But hey, also a lot of interesting pieces like this one. A B series Jumbo, this seems to have a service dial that's still rather patinated. This is again a reference 5202 from the second series of 2000 watches. And this is a piece that is sold in January 1976. It has a service box, the original warranty dated January 1976, the booklets, the original déployant clasp, the hinge of which is broken. It was overhauled by Venpe in 2002 and has the AP invoice for the change of the clasp. And the piece is accordingly rated and estimated to realize a final hammer price of $35,000 to $55,000. So you see how an earlier example that is thoroughly original commands quite literally twice as something like this, which is still quite respectable and beautiful and rather collectible in its own way. That's lot 63, a B series Royal Oak Jumbo, reference 5402. There you have it, Vacheron Constantin 222, the jumbo version, in which in their case is a 37 millimeter. Vacheron Constantin just reissued this this largely forgotten but ever ascendant third member of the 70s integrated bracelets sports chic watches by the Holy Trinity. This is a two-tone version with a black dial. The center links, those hexagonal honeycomb center links, are in gold, as well as those notched bezel and the tiny Maltese cross accent as well in the lower right corner of that tonneau shaped case. The 222 again was revived by Vacheron Constantin for their Historique series, exclusively in the full yellow gold model with a rather hefty price tag. And following the ascendance of the Overseas, following its emergence from the shadows of the Royal Oak and the Nautilus. I think this was quite a shrewd move by Vacheron Constantin to resurrect the ancestor of the Overseas, and 222 literally is a reference to the release date, which was 1977, celebrating the 222 years of manufacturing watches under the brand Vacheron Constantin. This is a piece that has an estimated value of $40 to $80. The stainless steel example is even more desired, and it's a pretty early piece from roughly 1978, lot 65, which has an interesting provenance as well, has an estimated value of 50 to 150,000. This is going to be an interesting auction. I don't know where these things are going to go. Unlike the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and the Patek Philippe Nautilus, with which it completes the trifecta of 70s integrated bracelet designs by Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, and Vacheron Constantin. Unlike those other two, this piece is designed by a German designer with the name Jörg Haschek and not Gérard Jantat, as it is sometimes mistakenly assumed. It does, however, run on a similar Jaeger-LeCoultre based caliber, much like the first iterations of Patek Philippe Nautilus, much like the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak for 49 years of its existence. This was the response by Vacheron Constantin to the Patek Philippe Nautilus and Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, which had come out 76 in Nautilus's case and 72 in Royal Oak's case. It was produced in steel, two-tone and 18-karat gold in 500 pieces over 8 years of production. Much like, again, Royal Oak and Nautilus, Guess made the bracelets, and that was also the case with the Rolex Oyster bracelet. That is the company that participated in the design and production of the iconic Rolex Oyster bracelet 2, and the dials were made by Stern, which is also the case with the Royal Oak as well. I have a 3700J, the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo in 40 millimeters and yellow gold from 1978. Again, a relatively early example. They are nice enough to throw in a couple of yellow gold Patek Philippe Nautilus cufflinks. They might as well, because their estimated value for this initialed pristine example is $150,000 to $300,000. That was lot 66. Yeah, JB is a huge fan of number 63. Yes, again, it's not the most pristine or most original Royal Oak Jumbo. It's not the most um, desired reference 5402, but certainly a classy watch, lot 63. And this is the 3700s in yellow gold. 3800, which is the reduced sized or mid-sized version of the Nautilus. So a 30, 35, 36, 37 millimeter. I think it's more a 37 millimeter case size. Here it's in two-tone with a white dial and actually a diamond set bezel. It is set with 76 brilliant cut diamonds. Quite a fascinating piece, actually. Once again, comes with an extract from the archives and initialed by Antiquorum to indicate the quality of this particular example, which is expected to fetch somewhere between 35 to 70,000 US dollars when it goes up for auction on January 19th in Antiquorum, Monaco. The same reduced size Patek Philippe Nautilus, reference 3800, also distinguished by the fact that it has, as you can see, a centrally deployed seconds hand, a background for the date wheel that blends with the color of the dial. This is also a very handsome piece in 18 karat yellow gold. Lot 68 is expected to realize a final hammer price of $45,000 to $65,000. The next one kind of took my breath away, so I had to scale back a little bit. This is probably the holy of all holies in a way when it comes to Patek Philippe for many, because what you are looking at is perpetual calendar split second chronograph. Here, of course, it's in platinum, which presents a cold, severe, yet beautiful contrast with a black dial that is diamond set at the factory. Brilliant diamonds for all the indices except for 12 o'clock, which has a baguette, a 37 millimeter case. It's really perfection. I think this is one of the most beautiful and technically incredible watches that Patek has ever produced. Sounds so simple, but it's quite brilliant and impressive. Again, it is initialed by Antiquorum, which testifies to the quality of this example, that with an additional solid platinum case back, if you want to snap it on so that you don't feel cheated out of that precious material. But it also has this exhibition case back, matching platinum déployant clasp, of course, built on the Lemania CH27 base, assembled and finished to the highest standards that merit the Geneva Seal. This is the Patek Philippe 5004 P, and it is expected to fetch somewhere between $250,000 to $500,000. The sexy lot number 69. Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, split second chronograph. Again, if you want to direct my attention to any particular watches, feel free to super chat and indicate the lot number. At lot 71 is a very attractive pink gold example of Patek Philippe's signature complication annual calendar. I think it looks beautiful with that black dial. Lot 71, 37 millimeter case, an absolute classic with an English calendar. You have, this is, of course, before they embellished and enhanced these pieces in later iterations with moon phase indicators, power reserves, etc. But in this distilled and simple version, they are quite beautiful as well. This is a 5035R at lot 71. Date, day of the week at 9 o'clock, month at 3 o'clock, and you have a 24-hour dial, aka an AM PM day and night indicator at 6 o'clock as well. Annual calendars, as you know, unlike perpetual calendars, do require a single adjustment every year because they can't account for February, basically. And of course, triple calendar or triple date or aka complete calendars require, depending on what you are using. I mean, older versions of annual calendars, you have to advance the month at the end each time. Sorry, that there's some noise that's very irritating at this point. Oh, man. Um, anyway, coming back, these are 5035s are really amazing, and a great value proposition at this point in time. I really like them. I know a lot of people prefer the uh, later examples, which have a larger case and therefore command a little more value in the markets. I understand that. I respect that. My tastes have evolved in a different direction. And by and large, I think, pardon me, people are understanding that there is a lot of room for smaller watches, especially when it comes to dressier genres like this. I really like the 5035, which is the first iteration of Patek Philippe's annual calendar that came out, I think, in year 1996. 5056 is great too, same case size, um, but with the additional moon phase and power reserve indicator. Quite gorgeous pieces. I I really adore them. I think a Patek Philippe annual calendar is great. In this case, you have an estimated value of $18,000 to $28,000. That was lot 71. Lot 72 is a Nautilus chronograph, the flyback chronograph specifically, the 5980R-001. It's the rose gold, the pink gold version with that brown dial, the chronograph register that is set as concentric circles. Lot 72 has an estimated value of $80,000 to $120,000. You have the time and date version of Nautilus in the same combination again, pink gold case on a kind of integrated leather strap. This is a very relatively recent watch from 2020, and the estimated value is $70,000 to $100,000. 5712G, you can find this particular example of the Nautilus moon phase in white gold with anthracite gray dial on a leather strap at lot 74, and that has an estimated value of $80,000 to $120,000. 5712 was basically the successor of 3712, which was really the first complicated Nautilus. We have talked a little bit about this incidentally on yesterday's show, because I was talking about the so-called Nautilus Comet, right, which is that early example of the Nautilus Jumbo with a black dial set with Roman numerals and a power reserve at 12 o'clock. Um, but I'm not sure if the power reserve indicator really qualifies as a complication. So I would rather say, rather than the 3710, which came out, I believe, in 1998, I would say the um, moon phase, which is 3712, that came out in 2005 and was then replaced in 2006 um, with the 5712, is the first real complicated um, Patek Philippe Nautilus. And there are minor differences between the 3712 and 5712. We don't need to really belabor those differences right now. 3712 basically has a different case construction. The crown is a little different. The case is a little smaller. In either case, 5712, by all accounts, has over the years emerged from being the relatively disregarded and neglected, um, if not altogether shunned, example of the Nautilus as a reference that has its own enthusiasts, whether it is due to the asymmetric dial, the romantic complication of the moon phase indicator, or again, the masterful execution of the micro rotor caliber in 240. Certainly, it's a watch worthy of attention. And lot 74, which is a 5712G-001, has accordingly an estimated value of $80,000 to $120,000. At lot 76, you have once again a beautiful Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph. This is one of the signature things that really Patek Philippe does, now that they are also building these on their in-house hand-wound chronograph caliber CH29 in 41 millimeters. This is both a very sporty yet wearable case. The stepped lugs are a particular highlight of this white gold case, which has a striking blue dial and syringe hands. Large Arabic numerals. It's a pretty beautiful piece. It was already released a few years ago, but I think it's still quite attractive. This is the one that replaced 5170. Quite a beautiful watch at lot 76. This is a Patek Philippe 5172G with an estimated value of $50,000 to $80,000. At lot 79, we have a stainless steel Calatrava that kind of took the world by storm when it was released, for a couple of reasons. I guess the fact that it is a stainless steel Calatrava that has a very handsome 40 millimeter case with these stepped lugs is one, and that it has this quaint and rather playful dial with a hand written kind of sector layout that has the weekly calendar complication on its periphery, I think is the other reason. Of course, you have the date at 3 o'clock, day of the week as a pointer at the center of the dial, and yet another painter that shows the week on the periphery of the dial, which of course coincides also to the months. So kind of a distilled version of the triple date in a way. Here at lot 79, the 5212A comes in a new old stock condition and has an estimated value of $40,000 to $70,000. Again, if you want me to go back to any of the lots that I have skipped, feel free to send a super chat and direct me to the particular lot in the auction, and I would be more than happy to go into some detail, historical and horological and otherwise, uh, doing a deep dive on that particular lot. At lot 87, we have an IWC with the Ammani Khanjar logo, the royal crest of the Sultanate of Amman, the cross daggers at 6 o'clock, a TV shaped integrated bracelet watch in 18 karat white gold. It's a hand wound piece from 1975, has an estimated value of 6,000 to 9,000. At lots 92, we have an Uhrwerk piece, the so-called Black Hawk, which is made out of platinum and titanium. The reference number is UR or UR 210. It's a rare piece made out of black platinum and titanium, self-winding piece with that three orbiting, wandering hours complication that maybe Audemars Piguet Star Wheel put on circulation in the wristwatch form, but certainly brands like Uhrwerk, Mose, and others have put their own spin on it by now and took things to a very different level. Lot 92 is accordingly expected to fetch somewhere between 100 to $200,000. Very interesting. At 93, you have an Baume Mercier Hampton piece, built, previously property of a French rugby player by the name of Sharzewski. My apologies. Mm, Polish is not my forte, and I don't know how to, uh, you know, pronounce the name. My apologies, but this is a very interesting iteration of the rectangular watch by Baume Mercier, stainless steel, DLC coated with brushed black dial. It was apparently an homage to Pierre Soulages, limited edition of 102 pieces, comes as a full set. Um, he got the number 2 after his jersey, apparently, and this lot is expected to realize a final hammer price of $20,000 to $30,000. You have two interesting Panerai pieces at lot 95 and 96, both with the 8-day power reserve. The first one is a pink gold piece with a striking sunburst blue dial. Pardon me, the 8-day power reserve indicator is it's a sandwich dial with the luminous material basically shining through the cutouts, syringe hands with both continuous running seconds with the fusile seconds hand at 9 o'clock and an AM PM indicator, date at 3 o'clock. A limited edition of 300 pieces. Lot 95 is valued between $15,000 to $25,000, and lot 96 is a limited edition of 200 pieces in stainless steel. It's a Panerai Radiomir reference 516. Again, 8-day power reserve with the equation of time complication, and that is valued to realize a final hammer price between $7,000 to $9,000. At 105, you have the recent iteration of the overseas chronograph. Again, relatively recent, of course. This is the reference 5500. In stainless steel with the integrated bracelets, The case is roughly 42.5 millimeters in stainless steel. Comes with the original box. Not sure if it has any papers. I do not think so, but it has that blue dial that most people seem to desire. These pieces nowadays, I think, retail around, what is it, 32 and a half probably, and they are boutique exclusive. And in this case, you have an estimate of $20,000 to $40,000. This is lot 105, which is a Vacheron Constantin overseas chronograph with a date indicator launched right between 4 and 5 o'clock. And that is 20 to 40,000 of estimated value. You have the Moonwatch Snoopy edition in the next slot, number 106. This is a reference 1450031, one of 5,441 pieces, the Snoopy Award case back, and at 10 to $20,000 of estimated value, made in a limited series of 5441 pieces in 2003 to commemorate the 1970 Apollo 12 mission, which lasted 142 hours, 54 minutes, 41 seconds. So 5441, with an extract from the archives. Please hit the like button to encourage me to stay on at the very least and finish this presentation of the auction. I deserve as much, I think. If something something encouraging comes through, I might turn it into a marathon. I have a few different topics in the pockets. But here on this page, we have three TAG Heuer Monacos that are more or less all limited editions, except perhaps 113. 111 is Monaco Heritage limited edition of 500 pieces with a kind of gradient green dial in stainless steel, one of 500, as I mentioned. It comes with as a full set, basically $5,000 to $8,000. The Golf limited edition of Monaco with kind of a duck egg blue and orange accent on a rubber band in stainless steel, one of 4,000 at lot 112. That is expected to fetch somewhere between 2,500 to 3,500. And of course, at 113, you have an 18 karat yellow gold example of the TAG Heuer Monaco, which the King of Cool Steve McQueen wore for the filming of the movie Le Mans. Of course, his was a reference 1135, but this model, by and large, is still to this day associated with Steve McQueen's name, even though I don't think he wore this watch beyond the set of that particular movie. Nevertheless, the Tag Heuer Monaco is a very important watch in the history of the chronograph as a wristwatch, the automatic chronograph, especially because the Tag Heuer Monaco, specifically that reference 1135, was in fact the first waterproof integrated self-winding chronograph watch. At 140, I have a beautiful gold Daytona from the 5-digit era, which is to say, um, Daytona that is built on the Zenit El Primero movement, right? The caliber 400, which is 4030 in Rolex's jargon. Uh, these 5-digit pieces are still of great value. I think in gold, they are quite stunning as well. Black and gold is an unmistakable combination, of course. I'm sure my friend Saad, who I believe is still in the chat, would love a Daytona like this. Um, the estimate is a little high, if you ask me. I'm not sure if it would realize something like that. I'm not sure if it will sell, but hey, we'll see. This is estimated to fetch somewhere between 50 to $80,000. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 16528 at lot 114. Hi, Maldives. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you. I thank you for your support. Oh, wow. You meant it. All right. Thank you so much for that generous contribution. Um, I guess you are indicating that this is, in fact, um, the year's end. Um, I like that. I like that. I like a supporter like you who has stood by me for quite a long time now. I will never forget that you supported me when I was guest hosting the Archie Luxury Show when Archie was in London. Um, I'll never forget that. And you have also always supported me on this channel as well. Thank you so much for your contribution and thank you for your presence. I heart Maldives. I love Maldives as well. Thanks to you. Thank you. Yeah, this 16528 is really a beautiful watch. It's not necessarily in pristine condition here, and you know the bezels and matching material, especially when they're in gold, are quite prone to certain kinds of scratching, uh, damage, and fading. But I don't mind such things. I don't know if you do. My Explorer 2, for example, has quite a faded bezel by now because you know the numbers are filled in with enamel on that one as well. and I don't really mind. And in fact, I like it even better. If I had to sell it at some point, God forbid, I would probably want to source uh, a new bezel for it. Um, but for my own watch, I like that it shows its age a little bit, right? Which is the case here with this piece. Again, as long as something like this is priced accordingly, I have no problem with it. And I have no problem with pristine examples commanding a certain premium either. I just think in this particular case, in the case of lot 114, the price is a little, yeah, the estimate is a little wishful, but we will see, right? The auction is only 3 weeks away, so we'll certainly see if it realizes anything of that sort. Speaking of 5-digit Daytonas, back to back, you have at 115 a two-tone version of it, 16523, that comes with its chronometer certification, the COS certification. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona sold in 1995. I think they are gorgeous in two-tone too. I mean, I don't know. For me, the 5-digit Daytona is one of the high points of the entire model range. Of course, I love hand wound chronographs. Don't take me wrong, uh, but I'm also of limited means. So for me, the sweet spot is the beginning of automatic chronograph for the Daytona in 1988 to 2000, with this caliber 4030 that was built on Zenit El Primero caliber 400. Uh, in gold, they're wonderful. In two-tone, they're delightful. And in steel, as you can see at 116, they're all sweet as well. The two-tone version at lot 115 is estimated to fetch somewhere between $20,000 to $40,000. 116 is a 16520, which is the stainless steel version, sold in year 2000. It does come also with its chronometer certification. With the black dial, these are quite stunning as well. Um, Considering the year of production and sale, this is not a Patrizzi, I don't think. It's quite late for that, but nevertheless, the outer rings of those subdials have accordingly taken on a creamy patina that I think forms a very nice contrast with the black dial. I really like it. And this piece is expected to fetch somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. Wow. So this is again one of those things where the error, where the defect has become collectible. This is a six-digit Daytona stainless steel, matching stainless steel tachometer bezel, but the white dial here turned onto a wonderful shade of cream you might even say maybe a kind of pinkish hue there, even that is detectable, like a peach kind of color. It's really a very attractive little thing. Not sure if I would be prepared to pay for the premium, but it's certainly delightful to look at, as you can see here. A kind of peach colored dial. Um, and this lot of 116520, number 117, that's the lot number, is expected to realize a final hammer price of $30,000 to $50,000. The lot essay describes it as a color change beige dial. And it comes with the box, original warranty dated 2005, full stickers on the case, and the hang tag. Lot 117, which is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116520. Pre-ceramic with the color change dial. Estimated value of $30,000 to $50,000. We arrive here to basically a pre-Oysterflex version of the precious metal Daytona with a ceramic bezel. You have what we call a racing dial, which testifies to the presence of these oversized Arabic numerals on the indices. A wonderful brown dial that is a great fit with the pink gold case on the leather strap. Of course, matching déployant clasp. 116515 for Ever Rose or pink gold. Lunette Noire for the black ceramic bezel. Lot 118, which also comes with its original inner and outer box, warranty card, tag, and booklets, is expected to fetch somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. 119 is a yellow gold 6-digit Daytona 116518 with the lemon dial, black subdials for the chronograph registers. I think it's a beautiful contrast. The red accents that the Daytona writing, the seconds track, as well as the centrally deployed chronograph seconds add, is the added delight. This is again pre-Oysterflex, so to speak, so comes on a leather bracelet with those integrated yellow gold end links. And lot 119 has an estimated value of $20,000 to $30,000. You have the white gold version of the Panda at 120. That is a 116519 for white gold. LN, Lunette Noire for the black ceramic bezel, white gold Panda on Oysterflex with this silver dial contrasting with black chronograph registers. And this piece at lot 120 has an estimated value of $25,000 to $50,000. And thank you, by the way, everyone, for listening in. I see the number of viewers is increasing slowly but surely. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. I love Maldives has been quite encouraging already, so I will keep going nevertheless. But I wouldn't mind the added encouragement of some upvotes, some likes. That always makes me happy and gives me a little more um, energy. It gives me a little more exposure, more importantly. And if you want to direct my attention to any of the particular lots, if you want me to examine these pieces in some further detail with my own supplemental information, you can always send me a super chat with the lot number. Whether I skipped it or I already addressed it, I would be happy to go back and provide further detail. At 121, we have the 50th anniversary Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, which is the Platinum. 116506 is the reference number. You have that ice blue dial that is reserved to platinum watches by Rolex. The outer rings of the chronograph match that deep maroon shade of the ceramic bezel. In this case, you have the loomed dial. These also came with baguette diamonds on the dial, as well as Eastern Arabic numerals that was made as a limited run expressly for one of the major dealers on the Arabian Peninsula. 121 is a AAA example, so it's not perhaps a full set or the most pristine example that they could find, but nevertheless, it seems like it is in a pretty good condition, and accordingly, it is estimated to realize a final hammer price somewhere between $70,000 to $140,000. I think these are currently listed somewhere between $70,000 to $75,000 at any rate, as new from a retailer, if you can actually get your hands on it. So I think 70 for the lower end of the estimates, which probably coincides with the reserve, is not unrealistic at all. Again, the 60th anniversary is coming. I'm not sure if they will do anything new for the Daytona at that point in time. But the product cycles being what they are, I don't expect the Rolex Daytona and Platinum. I don't expect the 116506 to stay in production for much longer. So keep in mind, if this is something that you can afford, if this is something that you can get your hands on, it's probably worth it. And I'm talking to you, Professor, if you're awake and listening. Look, I even wore my GMT Master. It's almost 7. Wake up, smell the coffee, and get on board and help me with this broadcast. Um, at 122, we have another anniversary model, another 50th anniversary model. This is what we call the SD43, so the 43 millimeter Sea Dweller with the single line of red writing that came out in 2017. Um, it might be a little confusing in the sense that the collectible vintage Sea Dwellers are what we call double red. So they have actually the early versions of the Sea Dweller that came out in 1967 have two lines of red writing for Submariner and Sea Dweller. However, um, Rolex didn't actually get it wrong here. They had in mind the early prototypes of the Sea Dweller, which had just a single line of red writing. So this is what the 50th anniversary pays tribute to, with a single line of red writing. Um, the Sea Dwellers were always 40 millimeters before the reference 126600, simply thicker, right, with the helium escape valve. Now, with the introduction of this model, which was followed by the Submariner 45 line, basically, the proportions of the watch have been recalibrated and I think in a way perfected. I really love this watch. It is, however, too big for me. Never mind, it wasn't meant to be, but I really do love this piece. At lot 122, you have an example that comes in its original box, hang tag, and with its guarantee card, or warranty card rather, and the estimated value is 10 to 20,000 US dollars. $120 is the so-called Hulk, the Submariner that replaced basically the other 50th anniversary model, which was the Kermit, the pre-ceramic piece that came out in 2003. One uh, the with the flat 4 aluminum bezel. The 50th anniversary model was called 16610LV. This is the ceramic bezel, and with the sunburst green dial, you have 116610 lunette verte, the lot number 123, which is a relatively late run from 2019. It is estimated to fetch somewhere between $23,000. You have indeed Kermit following it at 124. That comes basically as a full set: inner box, outer box, chronometer certificates, as well as the international service guarantee from 2021, and a hang tag, a bezel guards, the whole, um, the whole 9 yards, so to speak. Um, this is a piece roughly from 2005, as we mentioned. The lot 124 is estimated to fetch somewhere between $15,000 to $25,000. At lot 130, we have a white gold Rolex day date on a matching white gold President bracelets, fluted bezel, and a meteorite dial. You have a beautiful monochromatic look that is provided some extra visual interest by the meteorite dial, the baguette diamonds that adorn that dial as its index markers, and of course the fluting of the bezel. Um, I don't know how readable this watch would be. I don't know how legible it would be, but as a 40 millimeter day date, this is quite a gorgeous piece. Apparently, it was sold about a year ago, and lot 130, which Antiquorum attests to be in perfect condition, and a full set is expected to fetch between $70,000 to $90,000. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people say meteorite dial is overrated, but I really, really like it. I mean, it's not only Rolex. Parmigiani Fleurier has some beautiful special edition Tonda dress watches with meteorite dials that are, colored by a galvanizing process as well, which is something that a lot of the boutique makers apply, and it's the results are certainly quite striking. Um, I don't know. I'm a fan of the meteorite dial in Rolex and beyond. Ah, all right, let's go. We're strapped and ready to go. We have two pieces by Rolex, and these are, I think, Rolex watches that are increasingly coming into some sort of recognition. Um, the I mean, there was a time where 36 millimeter was barely acceptable, right? Especially when a lot of the oversized sports watches were all the rage. Now that a lot of collectors have matured, and I don't mean this in a patronizing way at all, but a lot of collectors have accumulated so many sports pieces, and whether they kept them or cycled through them, they have relatively scratched that itch. Whereas a lot of people, a lot of younger collectors especially, um, may yet to have experienced these sorts of smaller, uh, dressier, more classically proportioned pieces, especially in precious metal. So I'm not necessarily prophesizing here or predicting an overall turn. I think dress watches per se are not necessarily taking over, but the pendulum has swung certainly in their direction, and they are becoming a little more desired them before, precisely because it is something to be experienced by a lot of collectors, and they are recognizing the important place that such watches might hold in a collection. And the 1501, the Rolex reference for Oyster Perpetual dates, um, for lot number 131, is an example of that in 18 karat yellow gold, um, at 35 millimeters of a case diameter, engine turned, matching yellow gold bezel. It's quite an elegant watch. The estimated value is $5 to $8. 132 is a similar piece. Again, Rolex Oyster Perpetual date, excuse me. This time in 14 karat yellow gold, with fluted yellow gold bezel, 34 millimeters of size. Both of these pieces, by the way, come with a warranty card. In the case of the reference 15037 at lot 132, it also has a beautiful champagne dial, and the estimate here is $5,000 to $8,000 as well. That was reference 132. Sorry, that was lot number 132. We have two nice Rolex Presidents back to back, 133 and 134. 133 actually has once again the association to the Sultanate of Amman, with the crest at 9 o'clock. This is the Ammani Khanjar, the royal insignia of Amman, in red on this otherwise monochromatic yellow Rolex day date with the matching president bracelet. I think it's a nice contrast. It's a beautiful detail. Again, there's not much to go around when it comes to of this particular piece. They're not really providing any papers or any other attestations. But if you are willing to go by their word for this Rolex day date reference 18038, it is an interesting piece. This is lot 133 with an estimated value of 20 to 40,000. At 134, you have Rolex day date, same reference number, once again in yellow gold, that comes with its chronometer certification, the original chronometer certification, a gorgeous green dial, kind of a smoked dial, that in the Rolex context is usually called the dégradé. I think this is a beautiful piece, factory diamond set as well on that dial, and the estimate is $15,000 to $25,000. Yeah, that's to me that's probably the sleeper so far of all the watches that we have gone through. I mean, there are watches that I like more than this, but I think it's a very unique combination. Um, Gold and green when it comes to Rolex is quite beautiful. I think when it comes to these kinds of pieces, the diamond setting actually is quite fitting, um, if not more desirable, if you ask me. So, you know, this kind of piece, if it ends closer or right by the lower end of the estimate, which is $15,000, is actually not a bad deal. Again, if you're patient enough, there are going to be more deals to come by for Rolex day dates, especially from the 4, 5 digit era, um, even for more unique pieces like this. But in the context of this auction, it is certainly an interesting value proposition, especially if it's going to be around 15,000 rather than 25. Uh, Even a more unique piece at 1/8. Again, another reference 18038, but the bloodstone dial, which is basically, pardon me, kind of a deep green color with specks or splatters of red, hence the name bloodstone. Um, the dial is also diamond set and has an Italian day wheel, which adds another point of interest to this 80s piece. It does also arrive with its chronometer certification, the original one, COSC, um, signed with the initial of Antiquorum to testify the supreme condition of this particular example, which is estimated to fetch somewhere between 45 to $75,000. I mean, look at this style. Quite a day date extravaganza here. Um, this is one with a Chinese day and date wheel. It actually has a green sunburst dial that is loomed. This is a 118238, roughly from around year 2007. It's a 36 millimeter day date. Comes with box and papers and is estimated to fetch somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. You have at 137 the quintessential um, 80s Rolex watch, aka Patrick Bateman, aka the American Psycho, the two-tone Rolex Datejust with the silver tapestry dial. This is 16013, roughly from year 1980. Stainless steel with gold accents, which include, of course, the fluted bezel, the crown, as well as the center links of its iconic Jubilee bracelets. the original box, and the booklet is included with lot number 137, which is estimated to realize a final hammer price of $4,000 to $6,000. Very nice. At we have yet another interesting example of a Rolex day date. A real Smurf dial. It is a blue Stella, a lacquered blue dial that is as close as it gets to those adorable cartoon characters. This dial is also diamond set and also has those pips of tritium loom that have expired and turned into this ridge eggshell kind of color and added an interesting contrast. Italian date wheel, platinum case matching platinum president bracelet, the classic 36 millimeter case size, um, but the rarity of this model dictates an estimated value of $100 to $200. Very beautiful presentation box there that has also a beautiful little key with coronets on it. This is again from the times when Rolex still cared, when Rolex tried to present, made minimal effort, unlike now. It really makes a difference, right? Again, beautiful example. Platinum day date with the blue Stella dial that is factory diamond set. Reference 18206 at lot number 141. The estimated value is $100,000 to $200,000. Italian day date, of course, being again the chef's kiss touch. Beautiful, beautiful piece. The day date, incidentally, is also the Swedish tennis legend Björn Borg's favorite Rolex model. He wears a couple of different ones, including the one with the green dial and green leather strap. Um, the rumor goes that he has a fondness towards the model. He has an affinity towards the model because it was introduced in 1956, which is his year of birth as well. Ah, Hans Lange 1 Lumen. Founded in 1845 in Glashütte by Ferdinand A. Lange, A. Lange und Söhne is probably the most famous German manufacturer specialized in complicated and classic luxury watch making. The Lumen series features a transparent smoky gray sapphire dial with luminous material. It has undergone four variations. Grand Lange 1, that is the enlarged case version of Lange 1. Grand Lange 1 moon phase, that is simply the added moon phase, but in the Grand version, the moon phase is actually displayed in an enlarged form in the hours and minutes dial rather than the seconds subdial, which is the case in both the Lange 1 and the little Lange 1. And the Lumen series also had a version in the Zeitwerk, which is the digital display mechanical watch by A. Lange und Söhne, and the Datograph, which is their original flyback chronograph. This particular piece was introduced in SIHH, which is the predecessor of Watches and Wonders, in 2016. It was a limited edition of 200 pieces, all in platinum with 41 millimeter cases. So this is lot 142, which is Grande Lange 1 Lumen, reference 139035, in platinum, as mentioned, one of 200. The present example is numbered 72. It is certified by the A initial of Antiquorum, 80,000 to $120,000 of estimated value of this limited edition piece of Grand Lange 1 moon phase lumen that comes as a full set and in pristine condition at lot 142. This is, as you guys know, this is one of my favorite watches, actually. A lot of Roger Dubuis easy divers are very near and dear to my heart, but since they are 46 millimeters and the complicated ones either even larger, as is the case with this present example, which is the Tourbi diver, the open worked version of the easy diver Tourbillon. Um, it is really an absolute unit, monster of a watch. I love the design. I love how monstrous it is. I love how gargantuan the size is. I love how obnoxious the watch is, and the the funny thing is that we associate the Geneva seal, the hallmark of Geneva, or Pinson de Genève, with very elegant, if not necessarily delicate, dress watches, usually. So for me, the Roger Dubuis sports activity watches, the easy divers, especially, uh, for that reason, are very unique, and because of the cognitive dissonance of this monstrous sports watch carrying that hallmark of Geneva, both on its case and on its movement. I have a particular fondness for it. Um, I cannot necessarily wear them, but I like them as an idea. I like them as a concept. Um, own one day a genuinely oversized sports watch, it would probably be an easy diver. This is Tourbillon open worked version at lot 145, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between 25,000 to $50,000. Um, hmm, hmm. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Nick Butter, $8. Thank you. Couldn't sleep tonight. So this Roger Duby looks like a great sports watch. Yeah, I actually love. Before I go for a second, um, because I want to get a drink very quickly. Um, I actually like the Easy Diver Pure and Simple. Again, the chronograph versions are beautiful. The tourbillon versions are beautiful. The Tourbi Diver is even a more special one because it's the open work version of the tourbillon. So they're all fantastic, but I actually like the one that's pure and simple. I'll just very quickly show it. Um, because it's just a damn good watch. I mean, it's look at this, man, like that copper tones dial as well. Stainless steel, blued hands, lots of lume with that kind of cobblestone design on the dial. It's just like it screams masculinity, man. It's just an amazing, amazing piece, and the case shape too. I really like because it's not round, it's not rectangular, it's not really pointed either. It's a mix of everything that somehow really flows with this three pronged lug design as well. It's a fantastic watch. Uh, the rubber band is great, and the way it's integrated into the lugs and bolted through is again just very utilitarian, industrial kind of connotation. And of course, you have that gorgeous Geneva seal movement and case. I mean, what you cannot ask for more from a high horological sports watch, and they're not that expensive. I mean, again, I know even $1,000, $2,000 is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. I think this is not the kind of money one would want to throw around for anything, much less a watch at times. But for the quality, for the kind of watch you're getting, this is a sweet piece of kit. Um, they also have around the same price, you see. They basically have a chronograph version that is based on the Lemania CH27, but of course finished to Geneva Seal standards. So you're basically getting a monster of a hand-wound chronograph in a sports watch that is 46 millimeters. One of the best pedigrees of a hand-wound chronograph movement in the 20th century. A movement that's used by Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Breguet, Daniel Roth, so many others. There's nothing like this. It's an amazing watch, and for $9,000 or less, either time only or in 2-register hand-wound chronograph, I don't know. I mean, it's get it before it's gone. Get it before it's gone, guys. It's not gonna be there forever. And again, I'm always, when it comes to me, I'm always too late in pulling the trigger on these kinds of things. So hey, Gandog, you are gonna catch a lot of it, I think, because I'm going. I'm gonna go past the midnight as well. Let's see how far I can go. If I'm alone, I will push as much as I can. If I'm not alone, we can do something quite special, I'm sure. Again, not sure how much further into New Year's Eve and possibly New Year I can go, especially if I'm alone. But if I'm not alone, if I can have people join forces with me on the panel, we can do something special. Yes, so this is, of course, an even more heightened version of that Easy Diver, which was Roger Dubuis's sports activity watch, his diver watch. This is the open-worked tourbillon, which is a 1-minute tourbillon. So serves essentially also as continuous seconds, limited edition of 200 and pieces on the rubber strap, 48, almost 49 millimeters, of course, and humongous watch. But you see the Geneva certificate as well with the hang tag and everything. This is a serious piece of kit. And again, for this kind of watch, 25,000, if you can get it for 25,000, Are you kidding me? Jenny Vasile Tourbillon by Roger Dubuis. If you collect these kinds of things, open worked watches, tourbillon watches, crazy, crazy. The kinds of things that slip through the cracks. Yuck. We skipped the 146. 147 is Renaissance Type 1. Renaissance has gained quite a bit of ground. It's a very divisive watch. It's a very divisive piece of design. A lot of people like the relatively oversized titanium cases. A lot of people are crazy about their unique expression of time. Others like to take shots on the fact that they are essentially built on an ETA movement base. But then again, what isn't at a certain juncture? But more seriously, I think there is a kind of misplacement of Renaissance in the market, in the sense that a lot of people don't really think they are worth these kinds of money. Yet they also have their very committed, core of enthusiasts as well. This is a reference 044. It's type 1. Certain parts of the listing say it's stainless steel, other parts say titanium. I think it should be titanium. I think it is titanium. I just want to make sure that I'm not confused, but I think it is titanium. Estimated value is $8,000 to $15,000. You have the Harry Winston Ocean Tourbillon at lot 148. Um, this is a Harry Winston piece that was a limited edition of 88 pieces. It is a 1 minute tourbillon with power reserve indicator, a very sporty, multi-layered case design that has a kind of gesture towards the facade of that recognizable entrance to the flagship Harry Winston location on Fifth Avenue. Oops. Reference 400 MAT44R, the Ocean Tourbillon, one of 88 in 18 karat pink gold. And this piece, which is 44 millimeters in diameter, is expected to fetch somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. Next up at 149, and you see once again that uh, the antiquorum curation is very, they cast the net pretty wide. You know, it might not be very cohesive, but they really have watches that would appeal to any kind of taste, you know, from the most rarefied to most common, rare vintage pieces, um, bejeweled and gem set pieces, semi precious stone dials, these sorts of more experimental expressions of timekeeping and time um, exhibition. This is a 149, an iteration of the Ulysse Nardin Freak Lab, specifically reference 2100 138, a limited edition in white gold, 41 millimeters, one of 99, comes as a full set. And once again, it's initialed with the A because it's pristine. It's damn near a perfect example. You basically use this case back to wind. So that's essentially your crown. That is unidirectional. And the bezel here, which is bidirectional, is also your crown, but in that case, it allows you to set the time, right? You wind the watch on the case back, you set the time on the bezel. Lot 149, Ulysse Nardin, Freak Lab, with an estimated value of $40,000 to $80,000. Created by Dr. Ludwig Oechslin, the Freak model features a carousel regulation developed to be used without a winding crown or traditional hands. The escapement forms the minute indicator, and the hours are displayed via a large triangular tipped indicator sitting beneath the escapement. The mainspring is wound by rotating the case back, and the time is set by rotating the bezel. In the history of horology, more effort has been devoted to the escapement than to any other functional part of the timepiece. In the 18th century, when most of the current systems were invented, the escapement was not only seen as fundamental, it was also a matter of prestige. George Graham, Pierre Leroy, John Arnold, Thomas Earnshaw, Abraham Louis Breguet, etc., were among those who made it a special study in the hope of solving most of the problems of reliability and accuracy that plagued timepieces of the era, including marine chronometers. And again, marine chronometers were, of course, not just quaint little timekeeping devices, they were navigational devices. They were of vital importance, meant quite literally, probably the worthiest piece of equipment, um, the most important and the most expensive piece of equipment on board, because the timekeeping was important in charting one's trajectory in open seas. If you somehow lost your way, you could, of course, simply be lost altogether. So it's a very important piece of equipment, and that also, I think, gives some resonance to why these watchmakers made it their life's work to improve the accuracy of timepieces. Right, in the 18th century, believe me, they did not have the atomic clock, and they did not have GPS devices. So designing a marine chronometer that kept time well meant quite a lot, and that's why these kinds of names like Breguet or Berthoud are so important today. That's why they are still respected. That's why they carry so much cachet. As the interface between the going train and the regulating organ, the escapement is where force and frequency intersect in a complex interaction. Improving its efficiency has repercussions on the entire mechanism, its power reserve, its precision, lifespan, and prestige. In 2000, Ulysse Nardin introduced this escapement in the Freak Watch. It remains exclusive to this model. The company has since switched its research from escapements and regulating systems to the development of proprietary calibers like the Échappement Naturel. It's a double wheel escapement with direct impulse to the balance. Its lever is so short that it's more like a plate. The system looks simple but has its subtleties. The tooth profiles are particularly sophisticated. It aims to reduce friction and is suitable for high precision Liga production techniques. That is Ulysse Nardin Freak Lab at lot 149 with an estimated value of 40 to $80,000 for this pristine example. You have Panerite trifecta in this next page. I'm going to focus on lots number 152. It is a limited edition, a limited run of 1,000 pieces with a 3-day power reserve. A kind of, tropical dial, those iconic oversized Arabic numerals at quarters on a sandwich dial, which has an entire layer of luminous material, of course, sandwiched under the dial and shining through the cutouts. This is a reference PAM 00687. It's Radiomir 3 days Acciao Brevetato, 47 millimeter case with exactly that writing on the bezel. I really love that iconic, cushion shaped Panerai case, which of course grew out of the earlier versions of Rolex's waterproof Oyster cases. Um, Rolex, as you probably know, were the suppliers of Officine Panerai. Both cases and movements that is supplied to Panerai. Lot 152 has an estimated value of $4,000 to $7,000. At 153, we have a Grand Seiko SPGA 405. This is the 65th anniversary Godzilla watch. Um, on the one hand, I find it a little gimmicky. On the other hand, I also find it quite striking. I particularly love the angular details on this cushion shaped case. The dial itself is quite beautiful. I'm not a huge fan of the spring drive for myself. I do appreciate it and value it as a technology that combines uh, quartz with mechanical movement technology. This was one of 650 pieces in titanium. And this Grand Seiko piece is valued somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000. At 154, you have tribute to 50 Fathoms, No Radiations. Um, it's a Blancpain reference 50, 5015B, one of 500 pieces. Um, this reminds me, of course, that Blancpain came out with the 50 Fathoms in 1953, and they have, in fact, um, already at the end of November announced that they will be celebrating the 70th anniversary of the 50 Fathoms next year. So I expect something to come from their ends. Hopefully, it won't be some stupid swatch that's supposed to pay tribute to Blancpain and the 50 Fathoms. I hope it will be a proper um, anniversary edition that will appeal to uh, collectors, enthusiasts, and people who recognize Blancpain's importance to the invention of the modern diver watch. After all, it was Jean-Jacques Fichter, who was himself a scuba diver and who actually designed the first modern dive watch in the form of the 50 Fathoms for French frogmen, French combat divers. This particular lot has an is expected to fetch somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000, and it comes as a full set. At lot 156, you have a transitional reference of the Explorer 2, which is 16550. This was basically the first iteration of the white dial that we today call polar. The earlier versions of it had this tendency to turn into a shade of cream, which is what this piece has exactly done. Um, the tritium lume on the indices as well as the hands has itself turned one shade darker to something like an eggshell, which makes this watch overall quite attractive and endearing. Um, it's an example roughly from year 1990, and it is expected to realize a hammer price of $10,000 to $20,000. Um, the story with Explorer 2 is, of course, that it was made for spelunking, for cave divers, and it had this fixed 24-hour steel bezel because the Explorer working underground, the speleologists were therefore able to distinguish between day and night, which would otherwise be impossible, of course, in the underground. In 1985, the reference 16550 was launched to replace 1655 and stayed in production until 1988. The transitional 16550 had a slightly larger case, a sapphire glass, and a new caliber. And on this example, the lot assay indicates there's a beautiful homogeneous ivory patina, which is sought after by collectors. And the 24-hour hand is independently adjustable thanks to this new caliber, which allows the watch to actually show a second time zone and not act as a 24-hour hand. That was 156, which is a transitional 2 with an estimated value of $10,000 to $20,000. You have two at the back. At 157, you have the 5-digit 16710. Quite late in the production cycle, so to speak, from around 2006, 2007. And that piece has an estimated value of $12,000 to $18,000. 158, which is the new Pepsi with the ceramic bezel, and on the Jubilee bracelet 126710, an example from 2018, and this piece too has of $12,000 to $18,000. We have, by the way, just past midnight, so if you would be so kind to hit the like button if you have not already, that would be very much appreciated. It gives me just a little bit of exposure and certainly a lot of encouragement to continue on this marathon, which is for now gone for about 4 hours. I will do my best to go longer, but if someone joins me, I'm sure I can push even longer. So let's see. Let's see how this goes. At At 159, we have a white gold version of the Breguet Type 20. The model here in question is reference 3820, which is a flyback chronograph with a date indicator at 6 o'clock. This piece has a kind of anthracite sunburst dial to go with the white gold case, matching white gold Breguet déployant, which is great because if it didn't have it and if you tried to acquire it from Breguet, they would charge you an arm and a leg and possibly with a kidney on the side. So this 159, if you love the flyback chronograph and if you appreciate a date function on it, could be just what the doctor ordered. Breguet Type 20 is a beautiful watch. I really love mine. Can't say enough good things about it. This I do prefer the Aéronaval, which is pure and simple, has no date indicator, no other interruptions to the beautiful monochromatic design of the dial, the 3 chronograph registers with the big I minute counter at 3 o'clock. I adore it. But this is grade 2, and lot number 159 is expected to fetch somewhere between $6,000 to $10,000. And at the lower end of that estimates, for a white gold chronograph, it's a great deal. I'm not that huge of a fan Type 21, quite frankly. But there it is in pink gold. This is the 3810 BR. And lots number 160 is expected to realize a final hammer price of $10,000 to $15,000. And this is also a flyback chronograph. The minute counter here is replaced by an AM PM indicator, basically a 24-hour indicator. And the minutes counter is actually switched to a centrally deployed pointer. So you have the chronograph seconds and a minute counter that advances one by one here on a 60-minute scale, of course, which is quite ingenious, but I find the watch a little unwieldy, to be frank, at 42 millimeters. So it is what it is. I'm still a huge fan of the flyback Breguet Type 20 in any shape or form. You know, the vintage, military issued, civilian sold, dates, no dates. I prefer the no dates, but whatever. Self winding, hand wound, 3 register, 2 register, they're all just great. At 162, you have a great deal for an Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar. I was talking about this gorgeous round Audemars Piguet case at 36 millimeters and with a stepped bezel. Here you see it in pink gold with reference number 25657. It's a beautifully extra thin and self-winding perpetual calendar, moon phase at 6 o'clock. It's very pure, it's very simple. It's one of the best deals you can still get in this particular genre if you envision the perpetual calendar as a wearable dress watch. um, this is really one of the best options. And at lot 162, you're offered a quite great example of it, with an estimate of $8,000 to $15,000. Here's how the lot essay describes it. Pardon me. In 1978, Audemars Piguet in Le Précieux presented the world's thinnest self-winding wristwatch with perpetual calendar and moon phase indication. Its movement, the caliber 2120 QP, quantième perpetuel, has a diameter of 28.4 millimeter and a height of 4.05 millimeter. This reference, 25657, was produced from 1982 to 1993 in yellow gold, pink gold, platinum, gray gold, i.e. white gold, stainless steel, and two-tone. According to correspondence with the manufacturer, the present example was sold in 1992. Only 362 copies in pink gold were produced, as opposed to, for example, 1,309 copies in yellow gold. Um, this is a beautiful watch. Again, between that's sleepers, the sleepers, the 134 reference 8038 day dates with the dégradé green dial factory diamond sets. Sleeper. The white gold Breguet Type 20 transatlantique sleeper at lot 159. At lot 162, Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar, reference 25657 in pink gold case. And honestly, they're not exaggerating. Um, you see these dime a dozen in yellow gold, they're still a great deal, but pink gold is even more rare. If you like pink gold, I'm not just saying it as a matter of collectability, but they are harder to find, and you get something like this on a good deal. It's a forever watch. We were talking about a lot of one and done on this channel. This can be your one and done. It's an impressive piece, extra thin perpetual calendar, incredibly wearable size, very elegant, very striking, pink gold, beautiful case. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? 8,000 at the lower end of the estimate. I think that's a decent deal for Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar. I know it might end up selling for much more. I know these things add up with the buyer's premium and everything else. I know it ain't my first rodeo, so to speak. So no worries. But there's a good chance to get a deal here, along with other watches that I highlighted so far. And there are also many other great watches, of course. But I feel like these are pieces that might be quite interesting, and that might somehow present targets of opportunity. This is a very interesting take on the perpetual calendar by Patek. In platinum here, it presents all the dates in a single line. You also have a moon phase within those small seconds at 6 o'clock. And the two openings right next to it on this brushed blue dial represent the leap year, and the day and night indicator, white for day, this night blue for the night. And here's the gorgeous micro rotor movement on the back. Again, not my favorite expression of the perpetual calendar. I find the design a little too utilitarian for my liking. But hey, it has its fans, and I think this is a great example to present. We just looked at what kind of deal you might be getting. Um, when it comes to the 162, right? The 25657 in Audemars Piguet, and 163. I mean, again, it's platinum, it's Patek Philippe, it's more modern, as new, basically. I understand that. But is it really 10 times the watch? I don't know. You be the judge. This is lot number 163, Patek Philippe 5236 P-001. It is expected to realize a final hammer price between $80,000 to $120,000. At 164, you have the most desirable Patek Philippe watches of recent time. I am myself a huge fan of this watch, not necessarily because I'm dying to get it or anything, but I think it is, in the modern history of Patek Philippe, a very important watch because of a number of reasons. I find this particular combination of annual calendar and automatic chronograph a kind of contemporary translation of what Patek Philippe did in 1941 with their legendary 1518, the perpetual calendar chronograph, which was the first one to be produced in series, in serial production, as a wristwatch. So when they came out with the 5960, which is based on their first in-house self-winding chronograph movement, integral self-winding flyback chronograph movement, and combined it with, again, their proprietary annual calendar. I thought it was, it hit all the right notes. It checked all the right boxes, and especially with this particular configuration, stainless steel case on a matching stainless steel beads of rice bracelets. I thought it was one of the most ingenious and practical combinations that Patek Philippe had produced in recent time. You have the date at 12 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, the day of the week, at 2 o'clock, the month, a power reserve right under the dates, in concentric circles or in a coaxial configuration. You have the 12-hour counter, the 30-minute totalizer, as well as the continuous running seconds. And finally, you also have a 24-hour indicator as well within those concentric circles. I'm not even mentioning the beautiful red accents of that running seconds and centrally deployed chronograph hand. $40,000 to $80,000 of estimated value. The 5960 had a run of, I think, about 4 years. It was introduced in 2014, discontinued in 2018, and the entire 5960 line, with the discontinuation of the white gold version in 2021, became obsolete. So this is a very good piece, and it is no longer in production in any shape or form, and extremely practical and quite stunning in its way in this stainless steel on a matching bracelet configuration. The annual calendar flyback chronograph 5960A-001 at lot 164 with an estimated value of $40,000 to $80,000. You have the quintessential 5711 at lot 165. The Patek Philippe Nautilus in the now discontinued reference from roughly 2010 in stainless steel. And as a full set, this piece is valued at $70,000 to $100,000. This piece had about 15 years of a significant run from 2006. So it was introduced at the 40th, sorry, not 40th, at the 30th anniversary of the watch. And let's see what Patek has in store for the 50th anniversary. It might be 5811A. Who knows? $5712A, of course, at 166. Again, a full set of the Patek Philippe Nautilus moon phase in stainless steel on its integrated bracelet. This has an estimated value of $80,000 to $120. This was also a model that Patek introduced to celebrate the 30th anniversary, as I mentioned earlier. It was preceded, however, uh, with a short production run of 3712, which was there for about a year, maybe a little less. It was the the first properly complicated Nautilus, and until 2018, it was in fact the the most complicated Nautilus until 20, which is when the 5740 was released. And that is, as you know, the very desired white gold Patek Philippe Nautilus perpetual calendar. 167, we had the preview, basically, right? The green dial stainless steel Nautilus from the now discontinued generation, the Antiquorum Initial, and this piece has an estimated value of $200,000 to $400,000. It might yet sell for even more. We have the so-called Comet. This is the 3710 with the unique power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock and black dial, applied Roman numerals, center seconds, of course, with date indicator at 3 o'clock. I actually recently tried on this piece. These used to be toxic sludge, guys. No one would go near them. But now that in these last 5 years, people started appreciating the Nautilus, and people realized the rarity of this particular variation, suddenly the value jumped up in a stratospheric, in an exponential fashion. So lot number 168, which is Patek Philippe Nautilus reference 3710-1A, sorry, /1A-001. The Comet is expected to fetch $60,000 to $120,000. Again, certified with the Antiquorum Initial. I mean, the classic Nautilus Jumbo, by the way, is quite a wide watch, right? People say a lot of times the same thing about the Bulgari Octo Finissimo. I think, if anything, Nautilus, because of the big old ears, suffers perhaps in a more unbalanced way from the same um, phenomenon. And I don't know. I don't think I will ever um, think of this piece in place of Royal Oak and even so many other integrated bracelet watches. I'm just not a huge fan of the Nautilus. It is what it is. Um, 3800 again. This is of course the medium size. In this case, with the white dial, which at the third within the 3800 reference in the medium sized or reduced size version is rather rare, I have to say. Lot 169 is priced at $30,000 to $50,000. Comes with the certificate of origin. Again, if you want me to go back to any of these pieces, um, Maldives. I love Maldives. I love you, Maldives. But I think I disagree. I disagree. Um, is the power reserve indicator really a complication? I don't know. I think 3710 is an important Patek Philippe Nautilus reference, no doubt about it. Um, but if you ask me, the power reserve indicator is not a complication per se. Um, so I would say 3712, which came out in 2005, is the first properly complicated Nautilus. Moon phase indicator, that has the power reserve as well. Um, I think that's it. But hey, it is what it is. Some argue that this is the first complicated Nautilus because it has the power reserve indicator. But I beg to differ. It's just, maybe it's just me. Um, guys, if you want me to go back to any of the pieces that I skipped over, feel free to check out that PDF and direct my attention to it with a super chat. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like it. And of course, yours is the 3712? I Heart Maldives? Am I seeing that right? If it is, that's a beautiful piece and very collectible too. Again, it existed for at most a year, you know? I would be more than happy to um, listen. I mean, if next time I start a video from scratch, that's what I will do. We'll talk about the 3712. I'll make my proper argument about why I consider it to be um, the first properly complicated Nautilus. And I will also talk about the differences between 3712 and 5712, which followed it almost immediately after in terms of case construction, some minor aesthetic differences, pardon me, as well as other distinctions. That will be very interesting. Beautiful, man. Wear it in great health and wealth. You have a very carefully chosen, beautiful and unique watches in your collection. So I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. So we were at 174, which is Cartier Américain from the Cartier Paris Collection Privée in platinum. What an amazing watch. It's a reference 1734 with guilloche silver dial, which we can't really see in this particular example. A proper sapphire cabochon on the crown. The secret Cartier signature, of course, at Roman numeral 7. Unfortunately, I know this is my pet peeve. Not everyone shares this, but I really hate it when platinum watches come with a white gold déployant clasp or white gold buckle rather than a matching clasp or buckle. This is unfortunately the case with this Tank Américain, but it is what it is. Lot number 175 is expected to realize an amount between $10,000 to $20,000. This could be sleepers. Designed in 1917 by Louis Cartier, the tank is probably the most emblematic model from the Cartier manufacturer and arguably one of the most iconic horological designs ever. It was introduced in 1918, entered full production in 1919 when 6 pieces were built. Its lines and proportions are inspired by the Renault tanks used on the Western Front during the First World War. Several variations of the watch have been released by Cartier, including the Tank Louis in 1922, the Tank Américain in 1989, the Tank Française in 1996, and also the Tank Chinoise, of course, which is one of my favorites as it happens. The Tank Américain has known many variations. It was initially equipped with a quartz movement. Tank Cintré, of course, is a more elongated but similar design with that curved case, which I even like more, but the Américain is amazing as well. In 1993, it came into its own with the introduction of the large size, measuring 44, lug to lug, which was powered by a manual winding movement. This reference, 1734A, is the platinum version of the 1730 family. By the way, my wonderful friend, St. Peter, was so nice to me to share his Cartier Tank Américain, so I could wear it and play around with it. So I'm gonna show that video. This is when I was on the East Coast. This is when I was just in New York. It was a beautiful visit, and yeah, it's an amazing watch. It's an amazing, amazing watch. I cannot imagine how much, how amazing it must be in that CP version and platinum. Mind blowing. Okay, we still have some ways to go. Hey, I'm pushing, and it's all thanks to you. I love Maldives. Thank you so much. So we have at 176, we have Le Roi et Compagnie. It's an 8-day power reserve marine chronometer style table clock with a power reserve indication and, of course, running seconds. I think it's a beautiful piece of design. I would love to have something like this actually for my desk. Not sure if I can shell out a few $1,000s for it at this point, but certainly a very lovely collector's piece at lot number 176 um, with an estimated value of $3,000 to $6,000. Lot 173 is another great deal in today's watch market. 36 millimeter case in yellow gold. This is a Breguet reference 3137. Power reserve at around 10 o'clock right there. Moon phase at around right between 1 and 2 o'clock there. Of course, a pointer date at 6 o'clock right there as well. Beautiful Breguet hands. The hours are laid on Breguet frosted track. Of course, the guilloche decoration is hand turned on the dial. And this piece at lot 178 is expected to realize a final hammer price between $8,000 and $12,000. This is going to be another interesting one, especially if you're interested in the white dial version of the previous generation of Breguet Marine. I know this is the less desired bracelets of it, but these pieces also just simply come on rubber bands, and they would still cost the same. So this could be a nice deal again if no one else bids on it. If you like the white dial version, this vortex design of the guilloche dial is something that I really appreciate. These come in stainless steel with the white dial, with the black dial, with the blue dial. They also come in precious metals as well, quite gorgeous in yellow gold and pink gold too. The stainless steel versions sometimes come matched on a stainless steel bracelet, which is quite rare. This is the first generation. The second generation, more stylized and sturdy um, with more handsome, let's say, center links. But they also come matched on a rubber band, which is what I prefer at any rates. The precious metals are usually on a leather band with a matching déployant clasp. Yellow gold for yellow gold, pink gold for pink gold. In either case, for lot 180, which is a Breguet Marine of 5817 reference number, this silver/white dial version is expected to fetch somewhere between $4,000 to $7,000. One of the beautiful things about this hand-turned guilloche dial with the vortex design is, of course, the fact that the same or similar decoration is replicated on the rotor weight, on the full gold rotor weight of the movement as well, which is exhibited through the case back. So, and the big date, everyone loves the big date. This is a lovely watch as well. I'm usually not a big fan of the Roylo chronographs, but the dial has aged so beautifully on this example. Um, and I also always adore the way that the white gold bolts on the octagonal bezel take on this patina, which distinguishes them over time from the stainless steel. So overall, you have a watch that's not only designed by Gérard Janta, but also kind of, hand of God. And the result is amazing. This is the so-called Kasparov, after the famous grandmaster chess player. Lot 181 is an Audemars Piguet Royal chronograph with a tropical dial, reference number 25860 in steel. Estimated value is $50,000 to $80,000. The watch also comes with an extract from the archives. This was the first chronograph version of the Royal Oak, created to celebrate the 25th birthday of the model. After the famous Russian-Armenian chess player Garry Kasparov. This is a beautiful, slim, self-winding column wheel chronograph with Frédéric Piguet 1185 base. Has that delicate petite tapisserie dial, as you can see, much smaller and much more intricate, if you ask me. I really love these, and this is a very unique example at lot 181. These are great and rather collectible. I have seen these also on the leather band. They're even more rare, if I'm not mistaken, on the integrated bracelets. This was basically a commission by a Swiss bank that gave it to their employees. On what basis, I don't know. As what kind of reward, I again don't know. But it came with certain stipulations. Let's see if this essay repeats it. Lot 182 is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak in the mid-sized version, 36 millimeter case. The reference number is 15189. It's a steel piece made for Pictet et Compagnie, and the estimated value is $20,000 to $40,000. This watch was made in limited edition for the 200th anniversary of Banque Pictet in Geneva. Pictet Group is a banking group specializing in wealth and asset management. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Great. I mean, I love learning about the history of the watch. I think yeah, rather than the bank. I think this piece, yeah, I mean, considering that it has the clasp as well, maybe it originally came actually on the band, and it was somehow supplemented by the owner who bought the bracelet. Because I'll try to bring the yes, because I almost always see this one. And most certainly, I mean, it's not only the same watch, but I've always seen it also, coming with the full set, with the box itself, um, having the requisite details. So chances are that the owner of that particular piece actually ponied up the cash, paid the piper, so to speak, and uh, got themselves the matching bracelet for this mid-sized edition that originally came on a leather strap, which is quite handsome either way. Um, I think the white dial here is quite unique, that it even looks better on that leather band with contrast stitching. But don't mind me; it's great in either case. This was lot number 182, which is a limited edition made for Swiss Bank by Audemars Piguet of the mid-sized Royal Oak, and it is expected to fetch an amount between $20,000 to $40,000. We have a 4-digit GMT Master 1675 at lot 188, Rolex GMT Master with a fuchsia bezel. Again, property of unique aging. Comes from the Annus Mirabilis, which is 1968. A lot of great stuff on the Jubilee bracelet, which shatters some of the common misconceptions that the GMT Master must come on an oyster bracelet. What a lot of nonsense. Um, these things were not set in stone, especially in those years. You could, uh, a lot of times, the bracelets were optional and were at an additional cost anyway. So people chose what they preferred. And yes, maybe the oyster bracelet was, in fact, the commonsensical choice, but not the only one, and certainly not the only acceptable one. So you can see, as in these, that you can have a beautiful piece like this on a Jubilee bracelet, um, and with its original chronometer certification and bulletin. For lot 188, the estimated value is $15,000 to $25,000. You have a modern root beer at 190, which is reference 126711 CHNR. This is the GMT Master 2 in two-tone stainless steel Everrose, or stainless steel and pink gold simply. Um, and the piece, which comes as a full set, has an estimated value of $20,000 to $30,000. Hey, Meech is great. Hey, yes, we're going, man. We're going, Big Meech. Van Lux, nice to see you, man. Sorry, I got carried away a little bit and didn't really pay attention to a lot of the chats. But I love you all, and I will, Nick. I will go back to the Frank Müller for you right now. Fries, good morning to you. My love to Brussels, man, man. To be in Europe, to be in Europe. I long for this. Hopefully in the spring, I will have the chance. Um, but yeah, to have like a great bakery in every corner, you can take that for granted in cities like, um, any major French city, really, but certainly Paris, Brussels, and elsewhere in Europe. Man, Germans have great bakeries too. I mean, the style is a little bit different and perhaps less oriented towards these sorts of delicious pastries, but more towards bread. But again, wow, you guys are so lucky in Europe in some ways. Um, for Nick, I'm gonna return to 175, which is Centre Curvex Casablanca, um, a very classic tonneau-shaped Frank Müller case, um, beautiful heat-blued hands with a serpentine indicator for the date at the center dial, a 24-hour indicator, the AM PM indicator at 6 o'clock, and of course, you also have centrally deployed seconds. I actually rather like it. Black and white with blue accents of the hands as well as the date indicator, and the piece itself is in white gold of a numbered edition. 165 is the number of this particular piece. And by the way, the center of the dial itself has that sort of vortex like hand turned guilloche decoration as well. I think it's a very nice piece, and especially at the lower end of the spectrum. Hey, the estimated value is $3,500 to $5,500. Not everyone likes that tonneau shaped case. I love it, honestly. I think it's beautiful. One of my friends at the cigar lounge actually, he has a couple of very nice watches, but more recently he wears his Frank Müller quite often, and it's a damn good watch. His is stainless steel with the matching beads of rice bracelet, and it's cool as hell. Um, but hey, I wouldn't mind a white gold one on a leather strap. Lot 175 is precisely that, and the estimated value is 35 to $55,000. Up 35 to $5,500. 195 is 4-digit Rolex GMT Master with a red hand, which is already unique, and Arabic date, right, with the Eastern Arabic numerals, and it has a dial with red writing, and specifically with the signature of Mohammed ibn Rashid Al Maktoum, who is the vice president of the United Arab Emirates and prime minister and member of the UAE Supreme Council. I think my prime minister, yeah, he's vice president and prime minister and minister of defense of the United Arab Emirates, or at least was. He is the ruler of Dubai. Okay. Anyway, but this is from 19. Um, I mean, this. It's already, I think, quite desirable as a GMT master from that era in this sort of condition. The bezel looks a little new, but anything else, everything else, I should say, looks quite compelling. 1675 is the reference number, roughly from 1979. And lot number 191 is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between $50,000 to $150,000. Honestly, it looks gorgeous, gorgeous. Wow. I mean, again, I'm already a sucker for vintage Rolex, matte black dial, tritium luminous material that has aged and faded into this kind of color, and some red writing on it, with also the red arrow here for the GMT hand. I mean, the 1680, for example, look, I mean, what a beautiful dial. This is lot 193. It's a Rolex Submariner reference 1680. The red writing, Mark IV, roughly from 1971. And it's judged to have an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000. Beautiful patina on that 193. Nick Butter. Thank you. I think Frank Muller is incredibly underrated, and it has everything to do with the fact that the tonneau shape is considered a little antiquated, right? Because it was a roaring 20s kind of thing, Nick, which Frank Muller revived in the 90s, really. And then he fell from grace somehow himself as a watchmaker, as a character. And the brand is still alive and well, as you know, but they will need some time and help to come back. And Wei Ko really likes it as well, and he's really pushing Frank Müller to come back. And I think those chronographs that they produced, right, to celebrate, so to speak, the 20th or no 30th anniversary of the brand. I think that was quite a stroke of genius. Yeah, I think they're gonna come back eventually, but I don't know. I don't know if there's room for them in the contemporary scene. if we are talking about, our appreciation of it, I think it's sometimes a good thing that we as collectors have a certain taste for a brand that is being missed out on, that's being slept on by the general public. That just gives us a chance to strike even better deals on the secondary market. I'm not going to complain too much about that. So I don't really lament the fact that a lot of people don't like Frank Miller, because that just means there are better deals to go around on the secondary market. 194 is a beautiful and early version of the aluminum bezel 1675 slash 8, the gold version of it. This is an early root beer, Alpha Hands, small GMT hand, as you can see. The seconds hand itself is very interesting, kind of a counterweight and a very thin pin-like end. It comes on a matching gold riveted bracelets, and the estimated value is $60,000 to $120,000. Quite a beautiful case with all the hallmarks intact. The dial itself is in great condition. I think we are getting this sort of distortion because of the crystal, which they wanted to preserve in original condition and not necessarily replace or even clean or polish, which I appreciate as long as they show us the condition of the dial as they did right here. This is an amazing watch and an amazing example too. So um, I can't really blame them. But this is a very early version of the 1675 in gold. Let's read here the lot essay. In the 1960s, Rolex realized that anyone who could afford to fly was rich enough to afford a gold watch. So they started making the GMT Master in 18 karat gold and two-tone steel and gold. Interestingly, the yellow gold version was produced first and used the now discontinued reference 6542 case without the crown guards, while the two-tone retained the reference 1675. And the very early versions of that 6542 root beer in 18 karat yellow gold even had a bakelite bezel to go with it. These both versions are distinguished by their new brown dials and bezels, which appeared in the market by the end of 1963. The present watch is an exceedingly rare hybrid version, combining the elements of the late 6542 series and the newly introduced matte brown dial. What else? What else? What else? And apparently, this particular example on the bracelet and the case is marked with the French importation marks, which means that this one was purchased in France, if that is a detail that would matter to you. Lot number 194, which is a beautiful early example of Rolex GMT Master in yellow gold, reference 1675, and the estimated value is $60,000 to $120,000. You have a beautiful but also quite run of the mill Pepsi Rolex GMT Master reference 1675 at lot 195. Comes with the warranty card and the COS certification. Estimated value is 25 to $45,000. You have the two-tone root beer with tropical dial, nipple dial as well on a NATO strap, right? So head only, basically. This is lot number 197, and the estimated value is 10 to 15,000. I still cannot believe how these have risen in value. Um, Van, if you're still there, you got to tell me which watch you are talking about the bezel looking dark at 5:30, and I will go back and try to explain. Ooh, this is 199 is one that I love. This is the Vacheron Constantin Chronomètre Royal in 18 karat white gold. The reference number is 6694. Alexandre Gotby, who nowadays works with Philips as their head of watches in Europe and the Middle East, if I'm not mistaken, um, had once written that this case design doesn't look like it belongs to the 60s, but to Batman's utility belt or something like that. And incidentally, the name stuck. And nowadays, at least in the Vacheron collectors community, everyone refers to the reference 6694 as the Batman. And I think it's rather fitting. It's a beautiful case. Um, and I think this is a fantastic watch. And if, of course, it's Chronomètre Royal, um, just a gorgeous piece. Has the iconic Maltese cross logo in quite a stylistic fashion at 12 o'clock. Kind of a somber silver dial, white gold piece, matching white gold buckle, and 199 is expected to fetch somewhere between 55 to 8500 dollars. Another sleeper, if you ask me. I'm not gonna say that these people will die to get their hands on these in a couple of years. I'm not gonna exaggerate, but again, for the kind of watch it is, for what you are getting here, with a beautiful self-winding caliber, a Vacheron Constantin dress watch that's quite wearable, uh, and relatively thin, even with that interesting case design and the old school domed bezel. You're getting a lot of watch for that kind of money. And don't just look here on the auction circuit. Although this is a great example. I mean, look at the sharpness of that case and the hallmark there. The dial is clean. But again, yes, just keep in mind this reference. There's such good deals on it, and such great deals on Vacheron Constantin dress watches. I mean, from 50s, 60s, 70s, uh, people are sleeping on them. And again, I'm not saying that it's gonna jump in value or something, that it's an investment, God forbid. I'm not saying those things. But if you appreciate them, if you actually like them, um, you always have a chance to get a great deal. A similar piece here, in the sense that you have once again Vacheron Constantin dress watch, this time in a smaller size and with a hand wound caliber from the 50s. And again, you have a chevron dial, and the estimated value is $5,000 to $10,000. Whoa, look at that. It's a Comex from 1972, Comex on the dial. The big number, big issue number is engraved on the back. Comes sort of with a staged thing with all these pins, but it is the dedicated Comex reference, so it's 5514, which is, of course, basically your 4-digit sub with the addition of the helium escape valve. And lot 201 is expected to realize a final hammer price between $6,000 to $120,000. It does come with these 6 Comex pins as well, and a modern bracelet, 93-150. So it does not have its original bracelet, in other words. This is what the Lot SA writes. The reference 5514 was a Comex-specific watch, which was never available to the general public, only delivered to Compagnie Maritime d'Expertise, created in 1962 by Harry Germain Deloze under the chairmanship of André Heiniger, president of Rolex, in 1970s. The manufacturer collaborated with Comex to produce divers watches with the addition of the helium escape valve, with a partnership that lasted under 2004. This particular reference is produced from 74 to 77, one of the rarest and most sought after divers watches by Rolex. Approximately 750 pieces. Due to the extreme conditions in which the Comex divers operated, every 6 months the watches were sent back to Rolex for an overhaul. These watches were not just meticulously overhauled, but in many cases upgraded each time the watch went back to Rolex. It has been reported by former Comex divers that some of the earlier 5514 watches did not have the Comex logo on the dial, that when these watches were sent to Rolex for service, the dials were replaced by Rolex on request with the later gloss tritium or Luminova dials, some bearing the Comex logo, making these versions even rarer. The present example dates back to 1974 and is therefore one of the first to have ever been produced. And it looks like a great example. Except, of course, it has a modern bracelet, which is neither here nor there, in the sense that that makes it a great and, very much a daily wearer kind of watch. But it would have been great, of course, if it had its original bracelet, original folded link. "202 is a reference 1019, another Rolex, the Milgauss, with a CERN dial. This is the piece from 1979 at 37 millimeter, with an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000. introduced in 1956. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, the world's preeminent particle physics laboratory, was one of the first scientific labs in 1950s to confirm the Milgauss could resist magnetic fields up to 1,000 Gauss. Rolex made some of these Milgauss reference 1019 for CERN, and these feature a non-luminous dial and hands like the current example. Yes, I had heard about this. The idea is that um, basically in these kinds of nuclear environments, they did not want any uh, radiation from any other resource, any other source emanating. So apparently, some of these watchmakers produced versions of their watches without lume on the dials for these kinds of facilities or these kinds of settings. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I have been told. 203 is an Everest, so it's an Oyster Perpetual with a white 369 dial on a Jubilee bracelet. This is lot 203, roughly from 1963, with an estimated value of 5 to 8,000, which could be again a sleeper, could be an interesting piece. The current lot is referred to as the Everest. In order to prove the reliability and durability of their watches, Rolex often partnered with world-renowned explorers and supported their challenges in extreme weather conditions. This model is an homage to the unprecedented expedition made by Sir Edmund Hillary and Sherpa Tenzing Norgay when they conquered the summit of Mount Everest in 1953 while wearing Rolex watches. So this was basically a 10th anniversary watch for that. Lot number 203 is a Rolex Oyster Perpetual Everest, reference 5504. Fantastic piece, 36 millimeters with a chevron 369 dial. Estimated value of $5,000 to $8,000. Okay, the last stretch, guys. The view numbers are dropping, and no one is joining the panel. I was hoping some people from the UK would help me out at this time of the day, but I don't think it's happening. I would have loved to go all the way into 24 hours, believe you me, but I cannot do it on my own. I can do it for a few more hours if if you push me a little more, if you maybe provide me with a few more super chats, and I will try. I'll try my best. So this is 6605, which is Rolex Datejust from roughly 1959, stainless steel with the white gold fluted bezel. It's a reference 6605, again at lot number 204. It is valued at 2,500 to 4,500. A similar piece right under it. That is from 1957. Another Rolex Datejust. An earlier piece. And with its original bracelets, and therefore it has slightly higher estimates running from 4,500 to $9,000. You have a very nice um, Rolex day date with a German day wheel at lot number 206. This is a reference 1806, which is a yellow gold Rolex day date with a Florentine finish on the case and on this unique bracelet. Like the brick bracelet. There are a few different names for it. This piece is expected to fetch an amount between $12,000 to $18,000. You have an absolute classic Datejust in all stainless steel case, stainless steel Jubilee bracelet, and an engine turned stainless steel matching bezel as well, a silver linen dial, a reference number. The reference number is 16220 for this Datejust, which is valued at 4,500 to $9,000. This is again another Arabic crest, or Arab crest rather, on a Rolex Oyster watch, United Arab Emirates, lot number 208 for a Rolex reference 6426 from 1978, and that is valued $5,000 to $10,000. We have talked a little bit about 210, which Antiquorum claims to be one of a kind. This is a platinum Rolex day date on a matching President bracelet, smooth bezel, of course. The fluted bezel is a very recent invention for Rolex Platinum day dates, introduced just this year that we are almost ready to leave behind. This is reference 210. Sorry, this is lot number 210 with the reference number 18206 with a gorgeous core dial that Rolex decided not to interrupt with any of the regular fixtures. Looks, as I said before, like a wonderful slice of lox. What a beautiful thing. Can't resist it on a bagel with some cream cheese. It's amazing. Again, initialed with the A of Antiquorum to certify that this is just about the best example they could ever source from 1994. The estimated value of the piece is 150,000 to $250,000. Wow. Hands, knees, and toes. Can't stop, but just wanted to wish you, the Lord of Brandishire, a happy new year. Well, happy new year to you too, Hans. I wish you could stop, but I appreciate that you stopped by, and Your warm feelings and regards are shared on my end as well. And please send my love and warm regards to you and yours for a happy and healthy new year as well. We have 16018, which is uh, date just in full yellow gold on a matching Jubilee bracelet with an onyx style. Uh, Same practice again, except for a few lines of script. Rolex didn't want to um, take away from the beauty of this semi-precious stone in the onyx, and the lot number 211, which is initialed A again, just to once again underline that this is a great example, which has an estimated value of $20,000 to $40,000. Fluted bezel, of course, on a matching Jubilee bracelet. We have a very verdant shade of green in a Stella dial on this yellow gold standard fare, otherwise date. Um, it is reference 1803 at lot number 212. Classic day date with mint green Stella dial, Italian day wheel. Again, because of the uniqueness and rarity of this kind of dial, estimated value uh, is somehow judged to be $50,000 to $80,000. This is a gorgeous piece, a 6265. Lot number 213, black and gold, right? A gold Daytona from late 70s with the matching riveted gold bracelets. Um, Black dial, contrasting champagne chronograph registers, which go rather well with, of course, the gold case. Naturally, the screw down pushers present here. Again, A for antiquorum, and the estimate is $100,000 to $200,000 for lot number 213. We have a unique example, which is supposedly a dial with defects of the 5-digit Daytona. Again, the Zenith Daytona, right? That first generation of self-winding Rolex Daytona chronograph that was based on the Zenith El Primero caliber. Lot 214 has this defective black dial. Basically is all except for the outer ring. So it gives this interesting appearance to the dial, and the piece value of $25,000 to $35,000. You have the tropical registers on this Panda Daytona with the acrylic black bezel. This is lot number 215 for Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6263, silver with tropical chronograph registers, of course, stainless steel. The estimated value of the watch is $60,000 to $90,000. It looks great too. I mean, it's I wasn't particularly fond of those registers in the close-up shot, but once you zoom out a little bit, right, even in a picture like this, it looks great. Here's the lot essay. The Rolex chronograph references 6263 and 6265 were produced between 1971 and 1988. 88, of course, announces the coming of the self-winding chronograph, which switches from the Valjoux 72-based hand-wound movement to the Zenith El Primero 400-base integrated automatic chronograph movement. The difference in the designation comes from the type of bezel used in them. 6263 comes with a metal bezel with an acrylic epoxy insert. 6265 comes with a full metal bezel, matching bezel, basically. These two wrist chronograph models are the last references produced by Rolex using a manual winding movement. Silver color dial with black tropical color registers here. They have turned into a harmonious tobacco brown. I'm not sure if it's harmonious, but I will take that as red, or milk chocolate color, known to collectors as tropical. This beautiful and wonderful patina is most sought after by discerning connoisseurs. Okay. In 1963, the first Cosmograph was introduced. In 1964, Rolex joined the French races Le Mans, which is what this chronograph was in a way called initially. And the name Daytona only stuck afterwards. So Cosmograph Le Mans, which finally became Daytona, and which really came into its own from 1988 onwards and truly became the first hype watch at the turn of the century, at the turn of the millennium, with the introduction of the Rolex in-house movement caliber 4130 at 2000, at year 2000, and the introduction of this mythology of vertical integration. We produce everything in-house by Rolex, which has caught the industry like wildfire at this point. 216 is Paul Newman exotic. Is 216 Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6263. Paul Newman Panda with the exotic dial, roughly from 1971, as you can see. Gorgeous watch, very clean. Again, not the best example I've seen, perhaps, but quite clean. And they have certified it with their A, so what am I to say otherwise? Joking aside, it's a Paul Newman exotic dial. I'm sure it's gonna realize quite the high hammer price, but the estimate is $300,000 to $500,000. Looking ahead. Okay. We're almost there. So 6263 is, of course, very iconic. Replaced the 6262 because it had the screwed in pushers rather than the pump pushers, and also black bakelite bezel. The exotic dial, now known as the Paul Newman, is one of the most sought after, of course. Mm-mm-mm. Paul Newman himself wore a Daytona reference 6239 with the exotic dial. Collectors have nicknamed the Paul Newman Daytona Panda because of the white and black contrast, uh, reminiscent of the colors of the animal itself. Outstanding condition, they say about the present example, a real grail. But yeah, it truly looks gorgeous. I mean, what can you say about something like this? Again, a later bracelet perhaps, but still, the case itself is pretty good. You have a Minerva Breguet hands and numerals. Everything, all the hands wonderfully blued against that silver dial. The watch is positively minuscule, of course. It's from 1940s after all. Uh, Barely 33 millimeters. Lot 217 for this Minerva chronograph. Has an estimated value of 3 to 5,000. 218 is also a Minerva reference 1335. Again, another stainless steel chronograph on the same caliber 20, slightly larger with this champagne slash salmon dial, blued hands, syringe hands in this case, which makes it, to me at least, a little more exciting. Again, roughly from the same time period, $3,000 to $6,000 of estimated value. Some great chronographs here. 219 is a Jaeger-LeCoultre reference 12447 in yellow gold, signed simply GG or Jäger, as Germans love saying. This is a 34 millimeter piece. The dial is spotted and patinated as it would be expected from a watch of this vintage, of this age. But it looks quite good and charming in its own way. Um, Again, 34 millimeter yellow gold case, roughly from year 1941, with an estimated value of 3,500 to 4,500. Again, on the lower end of that estimate, it's not so bad, but I'm sure you can find better deals elsewhere and not necessarily in the auction circuit. You have a monopusher Universal Genève chronograph at 221. This is a positively gigantic piece for a 1930 piece. It's a chromium plated metal, so somewhat antiquated as case construction, but a beautiful multi-scale or multimeter um, chronograph piece. I love the dial layout, honestly. Fascinating. Black, very busy but charming, with the telemeter on the periphery of the dial and the tachometer snailed in there. Uh, at the center of the dial, Breguet hands, stylized Art Deco numbers, almost 40 millimeters of a case size, $2,000 to $4,000 for this monopusher chronograph. Another sleeper. Again, it's if you're not stuck with the idea of of the chromium, if you're not averse to the chromium plated case metal, I think this is a great piece to own. Again, at 2000, even with everything that gets tagged onto it, that would be quite a sweet deal. um 222, that's another universal chronograph. Reference 7, with that beads of rice bracelet with straight end links, correct for the periods. This is an Universal Compax with 3 chronograph registers, a 30-minute totalizer, a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, and continuous seconds at 9. Breguet numerals, which contrast in a very dramatic way, if you ask me, um, with um, with the lozenge hands. The case back is engraved apparently for Karl Speich, who was an accountant for Euler and Company, 1917 to 1942. Right. Honestly, on the I don't know the lug width on this, but just the Gueffrère bracelet from the time period would be worth a lot of money in good condition. So 222 is another interesting proposition, but they clearly know what they have there, because the estimated value there is $10,000 to $15,000. Stainless steel case, stainless steel bracelet, gorgeous piece with the caliber 281. Very, very charming. Please hit the like button while you're on your way in, on your way out. I I love it. So, please subscribe if you haven't. I'm here every day with watch content. I'm gonna enter the new year with you as well. Um, Unfortunately, I can't stay on my own for all this time, but I am gonna start again later today, because it's already Saturday. It's already December 31st. Here we have Vaju based obviously pre-Daytona because this is a 1930s piece, so it's even silly to call it pre-Daytona. It's a Rolex chronograph from 1930s with a black lacquered Duco dial. With a spiral scale. It's a reference 2508 for this lot number 225. Black lacquer dial, yellow gold case, which is again very oversized at 37 millimeters, with the crown engraved on the back, which has seen quite a bit of polish but has not yet disappeared. You see caliber 13, which is based on the hand wound column wheel chronograph movement Valjoux 23. And for this example that is initialed and granted the A by Antiquorum, they have an estimate of $150,000 to $250,000. The reference 2508 was first produced in the mid-1930s in 18-karat yellow or pink gold and in stainless steel non-waterproof cases with olive-shaped push buttons, as you can see here, or oval pushers, as you can say. These had the 14 ligne movement and a diameter of 38 and also 37.2. After that, they were made with rectangular push buttons, square pushers, and a 13 ligne movement and a smaller case, 36 and 35.2. Early 2508s had the serial numbers punched on the case back, whereas the later generation had 6-digit number finely engraved at the edge of the back. This is the first Rolex chronograph wristwatch to feature 2 registers on the dial, 2 pushers in the case. Most of the dials bear the mention anti-magnetic or anti-magnétique. The supporting and large case is very masculine and is considered one of the most attractive case designs of the era. At the time of the production, the relatively large case size was incredibly unusual. The reference was a favorite among collectors due to this oversized case, flat bezel, classic no-frills design, kind of the bumblebee aesthetic, I think. This is great. More in line with the other historically based Genevan brands like Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. The reference here is Osvaldo Patrizi's Osvaldo Patrizi's Collecting Rolex Wristwatches book. The dial of the watch presented here is purely exceptional, made in a rare technique for the time in black lacquer, called Duco, from the famous French lacquer brand for automobile bodies, which revolutionized the appearance of cars and motorbikes in 1930s, giving them a mirror-like aspect. To find such a dial in this state of preservation, which I agree, it looks unreal. Honestly, I would want to look very carefully at this dial under the loupe, but in the pictures it seems all right. Yeah, to find it in this condition is rather incredible. $226, which is the last watch we are looking at today. We are almost there. $226. This is properly, Jean-Claude Killy. It is an unusually complicated Rolex from roughly 1960 in this case. Once again, it bears the Antimagnétique writing. It is chronograph triple dates, or a complete calendar with a chronograph. You have the 3 chronograph registers, of course, the 2 openings at 12 o'clock for day of the week and month, and a pointer date on the chapter ring, which is here blue for the extra accent. A very clean example here, presented on a later bracelet, but the dial looks very nice, of course, with some patina, as could be expected from the age. The movement looks clean and proper. Again, this reference 6236, which is a triple date chronograph from Rolex. The example is from roughly 1960, is signed with the A of Antiquorum, certifying to the condition of the example, which is expected to realize an amount between $300,000 to $600,000. One of the last things I want to say is precisely this. If you have seen a lot of these estimates have they cover a very wide range, from the lower end of the spectrum to the higher end. And that in and of itself should tell you how uncertain even the auction experts are about the state of the market today. The lower end of the estimate is easy to set because that's essentially also, most of the time, not always, the reserve price. So that's the asking price in a way. It doesn't have to reflect anything real or substantial. At the end of the day, auctioneers are responsible towards the seller. Their fiduciary duty is towards the seller, not the buyer. So they set a certain price with the hope that someone will buy it, with the hope that it will at least be sold at that price. And in a way, that higher ceiling of the estimate is irrelevant, but they have a way of recalibrating the market. But when you see this sort of gap between the lower end of the estimate and the higher end of the estimate, you can certainly feel the palpable uncertainty in the market today, to the point that they don't know where these oscillations will land, if they will land anywhere at all. We have seen, remember, in these kinds of auctions, a lot of unsold items. I know people run away with looking at the so-called white glove sales by some premier auction houses, thinking that the market is still as healthy as ever. That's absolutely not true. And this is the virtue of this channel, right? I look at all sorts of auction houses, and I will expand on these even and go beyond unusual suspects. I have so far, I've shown you some Scandinavian stuff. I'll try to go into some local stuff here. I will go back to more European stuff, again, beyond the usual suspects, perhaps some stuff from Paris. some from here, Los Angeles, some from the East Coast, who knows? But I want you to see how most of the market operates, right? Not only the 1% segment where, it's all about watches like these, which are very rare, presented in the most pristine and choice examples, where they command tomorrow's price, right? We're looking at what's happening today. So we're interested in these pieces horologically, but we don't necessarily take them as, in and of themselves, a statement on the health of the markets. To me, even the wide range that you can see between the lower end and higher end of all these estimates is a marker of uncertainty. So let's read about the 60 to 36, Jean, to close off today's live stream. Please hit the like button. In a remarkable state of preservation, this lot illustrates all the expertise and savoir-faire of Rolex already more than a half century ago. From 1947 to 1962, Rolex developed the triple date chronograph, the only one the manufacturer ever created. It has undergone many evolutions with the references 4767, 5036, 6036, and the one which interests us here, which is the Jean-Claude Killy 6236. The reference was produced in yellow gold, pink gold, and stainless steel in very limited numbers. The superb silver dial still has its original colors of particular. The date indicators having retained the blue. This is the one on the periphery of the dial with the pointer. Initially called the Dato Compax, it is now known by its nickname Jean-Claude Killy, after the famous French Olympic skier, 3-time champion, who wore a reference 6236 himself, the last of the series, and without a doubt the most accomplished. This was Rolex's greatest complication, of course, for over 50 years. Amazing. All right, so here we are. I've gone for almost 6 hours. I think I will close at 6 hours. We have 8 more minutes. So if you have any questions, if you have anything that you're dying to tell me, dying to ask me, if you have any demands, requests, suggestions, feel free to send them via Super Chat to draw my attention. Beyond that, I am infinitely grateful to you for your presence and support, especially to iHeart Maldives, who made a very generous contribution via PayPal. Full on John, Jake Brooks, and Nick Butter, who shared these super chats, and everyone else who engaged me in the chat. I appreciate you. If you want to support the channel, again, super chats are fantastic. You have the information in the crawling ticker, pinned in the chat, and included in the video description, with direct links where you can contribute to the channel via PayPal and Cash App. And look, I mean, the reason I do that, I ask for these things, I ask for contributions, is because this is an independent platform. It merely exists at the behest of its audience. It is only beholden to you. I'm not in the pocket of some gray market dealers like most of the other YouTubers are, if they are not gray market dealers themselves. I am also not paid by the industry. I don't advertise for them. I don't speak on their behalf. I'm here as a consumer advocate first and foremost. I am here for you, and I'm purely directed by you, responding to your questions, addressing your concerns, and beholden to your interests and nothing else. So, for this channel to sustain itself at all and exist at all, your help is absolutely important. And now that the channel is monetized on YouTube, that means super chats, but the opportunity to contribute with PayPal and Cash App is always there. Um, and it also helps move on the conversation, which of course is educational for everybody and not only the person who asks the question. So that's always great. The Patreon service, only one day left to get your foot in at $10 per month. I send 3 links on a daily basis, at least 3 links to watch deals online, which present great value propositions. And that's in and of itself very important. And they add up to some 100 different links on a monthly basis. I think it's a fair deal for 10. But I usually also maintain a certain focus. So, which means that you end up learning quite a bit about watches that slip through the cracks, fall under the radar, about genres of watches, models of watches, brands of watches that are usually not considered, that are not under the uh, crosshairs of the mainstream, um, and that present also alternatives to watches that are overpriced, overhyped, and generally really unavailable anyways, or unattainable for most of us. So it's very educational and informative, in addition to directly providing a value proposition. But at the end of the day, it's a way of starting a conversation that's more one-to-one, where I can actually advise you on specific purchases. So it's a direct line of communication with me as well, um, which you can maintain through Patreon. And again, I will expand on these services. It will be more than just daily links. There will be weekly and monthly um, exclusive services through Patreon. If you sign up now, you will be grandfathered into the next year at the same rates, which is the case with my current most loyal patrons on Patreon, because they have stood by me for so long. I'm not going to simply increase the price on them. And hey, most of them pay more than $15 anyways, which is what I will raise it to. So it is what it is. I'm really, really grateful. But the point is, again, we're building a community here. We're looking out for each other, and we are trying to learn together, increase our common knowledge, and the ultimate aim is to train ourselves to make more conscious decisions, make decisions in the world of watches that we can account for, that we can justify to ourselves first and foremost, that will give us the peace of mind, that will make us happy. And I'm always there for you through Patreon, on this platform, through my email address, which is connected to my PayPal, of course. That's lordhellespont5@gmail.com. That's lordhellespont@gmail.com. You can always write to me, and I would be happy to assist you with your next wristwatch purchase and help you um, configure, start, or recalibrate your entire watch collection as well. So, thank you for being here. Please hit the like button on your way out if you haven't already. And I will see you later in the day. It's 2 a.m. On New Year's Eve today in Los Angeles. We have run for 6 hours. Well, I have run for 6 hours today purely on my own. Uh, Good job, me. And again, thank you for all of you for being here. Subscribe if you haven't. I'll be later with you, later in the day with you. And I yes, I wanted to thank again to I Love Maldives, as well as Nick Butter, Jake Brooks, and Full On John, who contributed with super chats, and everyone else who supported me in the chat. Thank you so much, guys. Again, Maldives, I apologize. I would have loved to go for another 22 hours into the new year. I will go into the new year from this live stream, but I cannot do it on my own. It's already been 6 hours, just me talking about watches. So um, please excuse me for now. I'll sleep a little, come back refreshed, and we'll have much more time to talk about. And I will start tomorrow when I open the stream uh, with some talk about the Patek Philippe Nautilus 3712 as the first truly complicated Nautilus, as the complicated Nautilus for quite some time. And we'll also hash out what differences it has from the 5712 too. I recognized yours by looking at the bracelet right away. So that's one tip right away. The center links are quite distinctive compared to the 5712. Take care, guys. I love you all. I'll see you soon. Until then, I bid you adieu. Bye.